Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Look what we got here. Tomb Kings. Yes, indeed, that's Tomb Kings. Some sneaky snakes. Now, these are the ones from Titan Forge here. So these are the biggies. Actually, I have 9 more of them from, what is it, from Highland Miniatures that we're going to do. They're kind of tiny compared to this. But yeah, these are from Titan Forge. Now, I did print these out at the 32 mil scale. That's kind of another reason why they're a bit bigger than maybe they otherwise would be. Did the darker primer thing, and oh look, we're going to be doing some object source lighting here. Now I'm just going to try and get me some of the dust off of this. I think yeah, okay. Which we're going to try and establish that right away. We're going to try and establish this immediately here. So let's get some of our floral orange. Let's get ourselves one of these here filbert type brushes and let's have at it. Hey there, JD. Nice to see ya. So JD, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Thursday. You know, I'm gonna get into the. Let's do this. Yeah, I'm gonna use that. I was gonna say Naphtho Scarlet, but this is actually the Puro Orange. So great to see you there, JD. You're the first one. It looks like, anyways. Hope that your Thursday has been good. Hopefully your week has also been good. Hopefully things are going well for you too, Recoil. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thanks, Now, of course. Well, Recoil, when there's more folks in the chat, you know the deal. If you want to post your stuff, please go ahead. Now, Rico, if you had a chance to stream in the last few days, everything's been weird. If the alerts have been there, I haven't seen them, so I apologize if you streamed and I didn't get to see it. Also, too, same thing there, Ratware. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now, for the folks that have not seen the Insta post yet, we did all the stuffs here. Now, of course, on this one, I found like 3 other things I could have used for the wood chips after I did the video, but we'll put those on after the fact. But look at this. This is just one of our 6 hobbit holes right here with all of the. Look at, we got all the stuff added here, right? We got some shrubberies over there. Now again, there's just a couple of them. I had only room for a few of them here. Here's another one right there. So yeah, that worked out pretty darn well. And Recoil, I don't know if you've seen the video yet, but it got kind of hilarious when I was sticking the nail in there and trying to keep that put in there and everything. Thank you so much, Rottweiler. What are we at, 80-something% here to a level 1 hype train? I think we're 80-something here. And of course, same thing there, Rottweiler. So Rottweiler, all your stuff was looking really good. Yeah, and the same thing again, Rottweiler. Wait till there's more folks here, and when there is, do the post that for yourself for sure. So Recoil, I was kind of hoping that didn't mean that there was, shall we say, extra mischief going on, because you know how that is here, right? If there's too much mischief going on, that tends to inflict a little bit of pausing on the streaming there. So always you got the big group doing the Valheim thing, huh? Actually, yeah, Rattler, I've never actually played it. Like you heard me saying, I saw Kathy play it a bunch of times, so other people playing it. I know you heard me talking about how my thing was I kind of like the idea of just being able to spend the whole time building stuff. Because, you know, I just would somehow making Middle-earth and Valheim. Rottweiler just has all kinds of, can you imagine? Somehow trying to make hobbit holes in Valheim. The thing is, I know you can dig and do all that kind of stuff, Rottweiler. Could you actually make that curved roof in Valheim? I don't know if you could. Now, maybe there's a new update to it or something like that. So Rottweiler says that they'll put me in the corner of the room with building blocks and let me play. Let's see, you can do it. Actually, Rottweiler, I don't even have the game. Now, what's the one thing Rottweiler? It could be on the machine that Kathy used. Obviously, I haven't used that machine, but I would have to be. I think if I just played on Kathy's account or something, I don't know if that on her Steam account. I guess right. That's what I would be doing. But I suppose that would be a heck of a lot easier, wouldn't it, Rottweiler, than me trying to get the game on one of my machines that I use for editing and rendering and all these other things. So that I guess don't be too weirded out if I end up having to do something like that, where literally having to kind of play on her account or something like that, not trying to be weird. So it looks like we got 1 minute left. We are at 90 or at 97%. So the on-screen celebration is looks like that's worth about a percentage point there. Oh no, it's at 98. That was worth 3. I guess I don't know. Are the bits in the on-screen celebration, are they kind of different levels as far as what you gotta shell out for those? So let's see, at 98%. Got 25 seconds left. Still using the orange here. That is the Purell orange, and again, that's the stuff from Richardson. Oh, that's got to do it, right, JD? That's got to do it. Thanks, JD. Appreciate that. I do believe we haven't had one of these lads for a while. Let's do this. Let's do this, and look out, it's going to be coming right for... What's a level 3? That is a level 3. It's coming right for you. Look out. Look out. There it goes. There's... Oh, it's stuck. The hype train is stuck. You'd think that's the only... Oh, I still got to make those other cookies. Well, geez, it is getting to be almost Christmas. It is almost time for... Uh-oh, what's this? What is that? That is another hype train. All aboard the hype train. Or is it the Hypno train? Yes, you wish to use the oil paints. Yes. You want to join the Linseed Fellowship. So thanks, JD, Rottweiler, and Recoil. Appreciate that a bunch. Okay. Yes. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there with the orange here. I'm wondering, since we're using less of the floral orange and more of that pure orange, if I'm going to be able to get the lighter orange on here sooner. Thank you so much, Recoil. Well, Recoil, oh boy, that's almost a level 3. That is almost level 3 right there. Now, JD, I think as we might say here at the Wappleville Sports Network, that is Recoil going strong to the hoop right there. Yeah, Recoil said, nope, we're going strong. We're going in hot. We are going in strong to the hoops here. So thanks, Recoil. Or did we get to our level 4? No, to our level 3, sorry. Wow, yeah, see, I'm telling you. I'm liking this Puro Orange more and more and more. I know it's pricey, but sometimes that priciness just also translates into effectiveness. And now, so Rottweiler, did you guys get the snow that we got done? We just sort of got a dusting down here, but I guess in Cleveland they got a whole bunch more snow. ETN says, I'm going to get you that level 3. Thanks, ETN. I hope that you're doing super well. Happy Thursday. Or Friday, as the case might be for a whole bunch of folks already. It's almost Friday for Recoil, or sorry, for Rottweiler up there too. Now, Rottweiler, you're getting more lake effect snow. Obviously, I think that's what ours was too. Little bit of lake effect snow. look out, there it is. Uh-oh, it's going boom right into the screen. There's that hype train. All aboard the hype train. Shh. Well, we don't usually get this perspective on the hype train. So yeah, I thought so, because it was 10:55 here, and but again, with Cleveland there, you could see all the snow coming down. That had to be lake effect snow. That was that super fluffy stuff. Let's see. JD, that was basically lake effect here. The wind was pretty much coming out of the northeast, and when you have the warm lake temperatures and the cold air, that generally is going to translate into some lake effect snow. Now, JD, you're not getting the bomb cyclone out there that far east, are you? Nice to see you there, Armored Wolf. Let me see. So yeah, ETN. I think it's going to get a whole bunch colder, and I guess in New York they're going to maybe get themselves a decent amount of snow. I'm trying to think recoil the last time, unless let's see, is it? They call them the Australian Alps, right? Recoil. They're down kind of in the. Are they down in the southeast, or are they kind of south central? Let me see here. I'm gonna try to go. This one right here. So great to see you there, Armored Wolf. Sorry, actually, this is kind of a normal Thursday time. As I think about it, this really is sort of a normal Thursday here. Actually, this is probably earlier than last Thursday by a good deal. Actually, I think this is a good half hour earlier. So yeah, JD, it seems. I guess I don't guess they're setting up for another one of those bomb cyclones too. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm really liking this Puro Orange here. It's got some weird properties. I mean, this is one case where series. Oh, wow, this is a pricey Richardson deal here, because I think this is also a Series 5, or maybe it's only okay, it's only a Series 3. Actually, what's the Gamlin version, which I still haven't had a chance to test? Oh, that's where we'll test this out, is on one of our Tomb King sneakies there. What is this, Series 3? Yeah, so basically the same. Oh my goodness. So the southern tableland of NSW. So it is kind of south central then, recoil. Not quite south here. Is it southeast central? I'm trying to be a little bit more precise there. Hey there, Judge Dredd. How you doing? So Judge Dredd, these are the ones from Titan Forge here. Now we did this one in a video, right? Part of our Rebuilding the Old World series. I actually have 9 more. Believe it, yes, 9 more of them from Highland Miniatures, and you'll be seeing some of those on stream also. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. Well, Dark Horse, I know it's kind of late. Great to see you, though. Now, I think we might be going we'll either be going back to terrain, because, well, I tried printing. Oh, yeah, get this, Armored Wolf. I got another one of those solid blocks of resin again. Now, each printer has done this, so it's not the printer itself, but for whatever reason, it just printed the entire vat of resin into a solid block. So yeah, I lost probably about $8 or $9 worth of resin there. So that's why I really appreciate the hype train stuff. Let me see here. Where's my... Oh, there you are. One more of these guys. Come on. There it is. One more time. Look out. There it is, coming right at you. Whoa, there you go. Judge Dredd, yeah, well, I guess there could be some snow very far south. I guess, like Tennessee, even in the higher elevations of Georgia and that sort of stuff. You might be seeing some snow there. So, Judge Dredd, I hope that you're doing well. And of course, now Recoil, Rottweiler, you guys want to share some of your stuff in the chat now? I think we got some folks there. Yeah, we got eyeballs now. So if you want to share some stuff, everybody, please give Recoil a follow. Please go give Rottweiler a follow, and of course, definitely please give. Actually, oh, look at this! Printable Scenery has followed. Huh. Interesting. I mean, wow. Oh, that's right. Because I did that Elven ship. That's right. So yes, indeed. I think we got the orange pretty well established here. I don't know how much later that's okay. Let's not keep fooling around with that. Let's start getting some of our blue on. This is going to be the Indanthrun blue. I'm going to roll like this. Everybody, please check out that Discord link that ETN just shared. Also, the Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. And how's about we say hello to Herblix? Herblix, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Again, if everybody could please give Herblix a follow too, that would be sensational. So Herblix, I know you just finished your stream, but if you want to share something in the chat, maybe a Insta or Discord work in progress link, something like that, please go ahead and do that. We just are underway. We're about 17 minutes in. Well, technically more like 15 because we had ourselves some hype train action. We've got some Necropolis Knights 3D printed from Titan Forge Miniatures. Now, this is one that I painted in a tutorial video series. We are going to be matching this one up here with this guy, only a little twist with some nice object source lighting. So that's the Indanthrun blue, Judge Dredd, and I will be doing a color theory in oils because now we've got the Gamlin version, and as you can see, I never had a chance to test them against each other. So that's the Indanthrun blue. It's really, it's a nice blue for, here we go. It will be perfect for Thousand Suns. Yeah, it will be perfect for something like that for sure. So Herblix, great to see it now. We've been showing some of these hobbit holes that we painted on stream. Now we've got all of the flock and foliage, and we got the static grass on the roofs there. We painted 6 of these bad boys. Here's another one that we did. And again, it's got all of the flora and fauna on there. Again, with all the static grass and everything. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that JD just shared. Also, too, we've been doing a ton of Tomb King stuff. Now, this one happens to be from Highland Miniatures. This one is from Titan Forge, same company that did the Sneaky Snakes here. So yes, we got ourselves some Tomb King action that's happening. Let me move this over here 1 second. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. So everybody, please give Herblix a follow if you could. And we are using traditional oil paints. As you saw, we just had the tubes out there in my hand. Traditional oil paints right out of the tube. And like I said, about a little over 15 minutes ago, this was just primer. There was no paint on it whatsoever. We are just getting underway. Just getting underway. You want to see those hobbit holes or these other Tomb King's figs that we painted? Well, no problem. Every session gets saved as a highlight. It's kind of like a YouTube channel, just no ads. At least there shouldn't be. So yeah, you want to check those out. You want to see those. Obviously, I can't make a playlist like you say can with YouTube. However, there's thumbnails just like YouTube. So you look through the thumbnails, you say, aha, I want to see that. And then you go check that out. There you go. Again, so ETN, it was really interesting filming that video because at least the one thing I didn't have to worry about was electric shocks because I was using a 9-volt battery. The downside is 9-volt batteries, well, they only last so long. And there was a point during the tutorial where that 9-volt battery just kind of gave out. So you'll notice there's kind of a break in the action there that's not its normal break. That's because I had to switch out a battery. Because that went like, oh yeah, that little red light's not on. No wonder we have a little less static than we thought we should have. It was a heck of an experiment though. It was pretty wild. Now after we do our blue here, then we're going to get into some of these other surfaces. Then we'll get down here on our base, which of course is done with the Scopy clay and the Green Stuff World Texture Roller. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Herblix just posted. So Herblix, what were you painting on your stream there? And again, everybody please give Herblix a follow as well if you could. And also again, please check out the link that JD just posted right as the raid was coming in. Now here we're adding a little bit of ice blue to that. Just a smidge. Don't want this to get too light until we see what all of these wrappings look like. Once we at least get a hint of those in there, it'll be a lot easier to figure out what we should do here. Remember, it is not black primer. It's just the black Steino res mixed with the dark brown. Is that okay? So there should be some of our enhancement in here too. We need a hint of it there. Now let's get something going down here. I think we did phthalo green on these gemstones here. Let me double check. Yep, looks like phthalo green to me. Doing some MCP. Boy, do I have any MCP stuff sitting up here? We have painted a bunch of MCP, but well, actually, we painted a whole bunch more Shatterpoint. And yes, I know I keep saying it, we will be getting back to more Shatterpoint stuff. Just really haven't had the time. Now here's a little, again, some different object source lighting colors, right? In that case, there's some red. We got our green here. Right, so very fun. Okay, so you're doing some of the Shatterpoint stuff too there, Herblix. And again, you want to share any of that, please go ahead. As you can see, we've certainly done some 40K here. Whether it's elves, whether it's orkies. We also do... Oh, here's our latest. This is actually our last stream. This was our Monday stream. And that's a 1/1800 scale. That's Kaga right there. So every Monday we do something of a nautical nature. Not naughty, but nautical. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Herblix. So yeah, giant snakes, even Balrogs. I can see that, but what's with the skeleton dudes? Is that like Army of the Dead up there? What's going on, dude? That's wrong system. It's like I heard they're changing MESPG. What's gonna happen here on the big Gandalf 6? All right. It's a safe roll. It's safe, conservative. As long as he doesn't mention pipeweed, he usually avoids the ones. Oh, that's cool, ETN. Well, hopefully there's some videos that can prove to be helpful as well. Now I need me another one. We'll use this thing because now we have to get these. I'm going to actually roll with this. I'm going to roll with the ice blue and our souped up burnt umber. That would be the reclaimed earth color from Gamblin. That's the brown ochre Brown ochre of all things. ETN, oh, speaking of, wait, do I have them sitting here? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Now, these just showed up. Holy smokes. So these are some test tubes, again, from Virgo's Vault. So I'm going to be doing a color theory and oils episode with these guys here. Not with the pen, but with the oils in there. There's actually a pure orange in there, which should be nifty for maybe doing a little bit of a OSL test there too. All right, yeah. We'll sneak some of that blue in there later. So again, everybody, please remember to check out the links that Rottweiler posted, that Recoil posted. Also, of course, check out what Herblix posted, and of course, please give Herblix a follow. And let's see. Again, object source lighting takes all different forms, all different colors. Again, we also do. Well, here, object source lighting on historicals, like so. Yes, indeed. Hey there, Valfera. How you doing? Oh, no problem there, Recoil. Actually, Valfera, I was hoping to start even a little bit earlier. I was hoping to maybe get started by 10:30. I think it was about 10:45 or so. Hey, Gatecrasher, nice to see you too. Holy smokes. Well, happy Thursday / Friday to everybody. Now, Valfera, did you get any of the snow down there yet? Maybe that's still yet to come. That might not be. That might be more Ohio Valley. I don't know if it's gotten that far south yet. Could be some chilly games going on this Saturday. Okay. Now, Herblix, actually, are you not partner yet or not affiliate yet? Because I know I'm only affiliate Herblix, and those highlights. Now, again, it's a little extra work. They're not automatic. I guess if you're a partner, it automatically saves them permanently. But I don't even know if you. I think, man, maybe you have to be affiliate to be able to do a highlight. Oh yeah, Herblix. Yeah, these are. Yeah, all of my original VODs. Those are long gone. Yeah, just like you're saying, those are long gone. But the highlights are nice because I put a little thumbnail on them, and again, it's sort of like a YouTube vid. I mean, it's close enough, right? Rottweiler, I'm definitely affiliate, but yeah, partner is that's never going to happen because they also change the way things count. So that unfortunately puts it even more in the realm of nope. It was dicey. Even I want to say 2 years ago, before they changed that process. Now it's unfortunately it's kind of impossible. Well, Herblix, yeah, oh yeah. Usually Bitron does all the clips here. Now let me take a look see at the. All right, we're just gonna keep rolling with what we've got here right now. Yeah, Herblix. I don't do the dual stream to YouTube mostly because that's where all my Patreon vids are and, well, my regular vids. Actually, what we're hoping to do eventually is to be live streaming games of MESPG. Thanks, Herblix. Well, the oils are just so darn handy for charging through these things nice and quick. And what are we? We're 30 minutes in, minus time for. I think was it a level 3 or level 4 hype train? I know it was at least a level 3. So we appreciate all the hype train action, of course. We actually did, was that Cetra? Yeah. Now, we're usually doing a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff here. We've done several 1,000-point armies, also lots of Lord of the Rings terrain. But we also have to get back to our Bretonnians here soon enough, because these are super fun. Painting some of our Bretonnians. So it was a level 4. Okay. Thanks, JD. I'm just going to roll with the white here. Maybe get a little bit of the asphaltum in there. Maybe lighten this up a little bit more. I'm just looking at my other one. What? Oh, some of the radiant green too. Yeah. We'll work some of that in there. Don't blink, it happens quick. Now a gate crash. Well, this is the cavalry channel, right? This is definitely the cavalry channel. Let's see. Well, of course, right? We've done tons of Candish horses. Oh, actually, we did our Arnor horses too. Yeah, we did a bunch of Arnor cavalry. Where's my? We're almost there. Here we go. Yep. Remember all the Starfall Outriders and where's my Rohan? There we go. All painted with the oils. It really it lets you get all kinds of very nifty, very nifty color transitions, right? Nurgle Matthew, how you doing? Nurgle Matthew, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. I posted the latest one. That's the Elven ships. And of course, those go along with our Corsair ships that we painted. And of course, the Corsairs. That's the nice thing. Gatecrasher, again, you can do all kinds of different colors of horses. I mean, okay, we've got... let me grab our Sauron. Oh, here's a... We usually don't see this one. So that's Boromir right there on an armored horsey. Here's some more stuff from Titan Forge. That's right. So these were the first Tomb Kings things that we painted from Titan Forge. I gotta actually print out some more of those again. But okay, here we got a nice... there's Gandalf on Shadowfax right there, or Gandalfax as he likes to say. Now, we got ourselves a bit of a darker horse there for Saruman, playing around with one of his Rohan buddies there. And again, the oils just make it so much easier. And also, too, the oils don't take forever to dry, especially with the approach that we've got here. Yeah, the oils... now, this probably won't be dry this time tomorrow, like some of our terrain is, because this is not quite as absorbent as, say, the FDM filament is. Now, Gatecrasher, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. And Velfir, if you wanted to share your, I don't know, say your giant dragon, something like that, please go ahead. You know what? I think I can still get some orange on there. Let me consult the oracle of the flashlight here. Yep, look at that. So should be orange there. Again, these are really handy, right, for figuring out where some of this stuff has got to go. I'm actually going to zoom in here. a wee bit. There we go. Yeah, Velfira, I just, you just wish there was some way where things like the painting stuff could just kind of set themselves up, right? So you could just say, okay, now at least I can maybe just use it instead of, well, okay, I also have to try and figure out how am I get to get this desk in place, all the shelves and the lights and everything, and it takes, it doesn't happen easily, that's for sure. Where's my, oh, there, a little bit of that radiant green. There we go. And of course, the nifty thing is we can just slap that stuff on there. Grab ourselves another brush. I don't know, some kind of brush, any brush. We'll grab this brush. Oh, look at what just happened there. Well, looky here, look at this. See that? Hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. So everybody check out the Insta link that Velfira shared. This is where the oils really help you save on precious time because, well, there's always a bazillion things that we have to do, which means always less time for painting. But there, again, you can see we were able to just slap some paint on there, push it around, and in a matter of seconds, we had some nifty shading. Again, hashtag no layers with the oil paints. The other advantage, aside from just time, is that, well, we're talking about the drying of these happening a lot faster than you think. That's one of the reasons why that happens. Because we don't have tons and tons of paint on the figure. Gives it a chance to dry a whole lot faster. Blending brush. Are we still using this thing here? Yeah, let's just still keep using this one. Again, I'm just going to grab that. Just going to yank it off to the side here. Velfira, I guess, well, we're not going to get a whole bunch here. I mean, might get some lake effect, maybe, I don't know, like we got 3/4 of an inch, maybe. Maybe we get an inch or two. Even today, I literally took a broom, took 2 seconds to wipe it off of the stairs. Now, Velfira, it's been super, and when we know this is always the case of that, it's been very uneventful snowfalls here for years now. I think you could say a good 3-4 years with very minimal snowfall. Let's see. A little more of this? Yeah. Yeah, JD, it's just, it's the whole don't roll a 1. Just don't roll a 1. It'll be fine. Just don't roll a 1. You'll be totally fine. Just don't roll that 1. Get some of this. Oh, I don't have my, well, let's put some of that in there. A little of this. Oh yeah, this is all gonna be basically gold up here. There's gonna be the blue too, but for right now, I'm just gonna hit the gold on there. Doing the same kind of dry brushy stuff. Nothing fancy. Actually, what has been nice, now that it has been in the 40s and the 30s, my printing area is as warm as it's supposed to be. It's actually warmer by my printing area now that it's in the 30, well, now it's maybe in the 40s or something, than it was when it was in the 60s. Or even the 50s, yeah. So now that it's finally a little bit cooler, the heater's actually going off, which means it works the way it's supposed to. Get a little bit more of that Indian yellow in there. Which way do we roll with this? So that is blue. That one, then this is our gold here. This is our gold here. Just have to figure out how are we alternating this. Blending brush, blending brush. Am I just going to use this here? Okay, fine. Any brush can be a blend. Look at this. So see we have this hard line here? Not a hard line anymore, is it? We literally just did this whole gradation, plopping some lighter color on there, and then just pulling it across like so. It doesn't get much easier than that. Now, I did see that I guess New York, Pennsylvania, there could be some snow foliage there. And maybe in the northern plains, kind of your North Dakota, maybe northern Minnesota. I guess there's supposed to be a little action happening up there. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? So, Doji, I just realized that I have the Gamblin' in Dancer in Blue, and as you can see, that tube is untouched. However, looky here, I think the video I was going to do is going to be changed into a color theory and oils vids. Basically, all I'm going to do is a bunch of color charts with these guys, and then maybe a couple of miniatures where we test out, I don't know, maybe staining or something like that. So, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Great to see you there, Doji, of course. Happy Friday to you. Actually, Velfair, I was just about to ask you that question. I'm not joking. I was just about to ask you that question right there. Because that's again the college football report, right? We got to figure it out. Well, let's see. UMass, Georgia. I don't think SMU and Virginia are going to have any snow there. Ole Miss, Florida, it could actually be chilly. It could actually maybe be in the 40s or something, but we're not going to be any snow there either. Actually, that SMU Virginia game could be pretty impactful. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Doji shared. Now, of course, this is the week of. I mean, it's not. Well, let's see. I'm just thinking that UTEP is not gonna give the Vols that much of a challenge. Of course, that's again the kiss of death, right? Right, Valfira? Oh, geez, Valfira, what was it that I was saying is the new mustard? What is the... Oh, it's something. Something is the new mustard. I don't remember what it is. Now, again, I don't know if people have seen this video yet. And, of course, Valfira, I found out that I have like 3 or 4 other materials that are even... Well, this was pretty good. Actually, I'm pretty satisfied with that. With the little wood chips there, but I might even add some more. But yeah, that worked out pretty well with the static red, and it's sticking on there too. It's not going anywhere. So yeah, that really did work out well. Where's this is Bilbo Stabbin's house right here. So that's Bilbo Stabbin's house. Well, actually, that Kentucky-Texas game, that's one that I kind of got circled there. That could be some mischief potentially, because that's what we want, right? Hashtag no more undefeateds. We've taken almost all of them out. Oh, it's Indiana, Ohio State. That's right. Well, I'm thinking that might also mean hashtag no more undefeateds. I think Oregon, that was the best chance to take them out. Who's Oregon playing? Nobody? I don't see it now. They might have a bye week or so. Oh, no, that's Oregon State. Let's see, Velfera. Oh, well, guess who they're playing, Velfera? Guess who they're playing? Now, they are better than Navy, so maybe, and also too, maybe they can use some of the film from the Navy game. So Gatecrasher, there's a couple of things that you can do. And ironically, this is what I used to do when I had my frozen printer. So I had a little heater. A couple of things I would do. I actually had a warm mist humidifier, which, believe it or not, that can warm up a room a little bit more than you think. And sometimes it just is maybe a degree or two is all it might take. So that's one thing you could do, Gatecrasher. It's also not bad for the humans, right, to have in the wintertime, to have the humidifier going. Now the other thing you do is have like one of those space heaters, and you heat up your area, specifically the resin, Gatecrasher. So before you fill up that vat, heat up the resin first, and then you turn it on, and then you kind of let the printer generate its own heat from there. So if you can at least get that ball rolling as far as the printer generating its own heat, that could help you out a bunch. So JD, this was just brushed on. Most of the time, I'm just brushing it on. Now at JD, there actually are going to be some, believe it or not, I've been trying to make stuff to set up some airbrush videos, and I basically got this small compressor that's super quiet. JD, essentially for me, the airbrush is a conceal carry water cannon. So my minimum settings are usually 30-35 per psi. A lot of times they're higher than that. I don't, and I just use just what is that, the Patriot 105? Yeah, whatever the very basic Badger Patriot airbrush is. That's it. Nothing terribly fancy. No problem there, Gatecrasher. Gatecrasher, that worked really well. I never once had a temperature issue. Now, the other thing, Gatecrasher, that I've been doing, and this is with the new printing area, is they're in the basement, and they are directly underneath a heat vent. Obviously, not close enough to make anything melt or catch on fire, but now that it's in the 40s and 30s outside, my printing area is about 71, 72 degrees. Velfera, they've come close a bunch of times, right? They came close several times. So yeah, JD, it's a little, well, I think a lot of times they'll say it's for like cake decorating. It's this little box. I had it at Gen Con. It was a test, because Badger, I don't know if he started making those yet. No idea if he's actually started making them. Whoops. We gotta get our blue in there. I think we did, yeah, we did glowing green eyes. I'm just gonna get some lighter stuff on there, just to get that ball rolling as well. We need some lighter stuff on his chompers here. Let's see. So I'm not seeing that Boise State. There's games that have significance. They're not necessarily legendary matchups. Yeah, there is no. I think Oregon has a bye. Keno, boy, nice to see you back. I hope that you're doing well, Keno. Happy Friday. It's still a happy Thursday here, but I'm sure for most folks it's a happy Friday. Yeah, let me lighten this up a little bit. Again, the college football report brought to you by the Wappeville Sports Network, where we cover the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. And the portal is open all game long. You want to switch teams, as long as you get a jersey, you can do it. All right, just get a. There's my Prussian blue. Not doing the Endancer in here. It's going to be the Prussian blue here. Right, yep, on these guys. So Prussian blue here. Come on, get down in there. Velfira, that's for them. They could not afford to lose at all. It's interesting, right, Velfira? We kind of have a combo platter of, some teams can literally lose more than once, but there's still other teams with this new format that can't lose at all ever, and still have that hope or that chance. So I don't know, Velfira. I guess this new system kind of has worked out. Yeah, Vilfred, Kansas has to be ranked now, right? Or they're still not ranked. Haven't they taken out 2 ranked teams in a row, Valfira? Either that or they've had some near misses. Maybe that's it. They've had some near misses. Now, is the Indiana-Ohio State, is that a day game? Oh, that's the early game. Oh my gosh, okay. That ain't just a day game, that's the early game there. I think Valfura, I was getting them confused with, well, now I'm getting everybody confused, Valfura, because I'm like, is it Vandy? Is it South Carolina? Who's doing all the damage? Well, Kentucky. So I think you could say that Kentucky, Vandy, and Kansas have been the primary, what would you say, giant killers this season so far? Yep, Doji, we have a whole video that compares Perline Black with Courbet Green. So yeah, there's at least, I want to say 1, maybe 2 videos that prominently feature the Perline Black. Doji, now you can use that link. Remember I sent that link out, the site that Ryan made? So you could use that link to go Color Theory and Oils and Perline Black. Nice to see you there, Penguin Shark. Happy Thursday. I hope that you're doing well. So yeah, Doji, just check out the... oh, I guess this is something that I can post. Never mind. Let me get rid of this thing here. Okay. That is going to be in my way. Okay, there we go. Let me get more of the fast matte white and some of our Prussian blue again. So you can see now this takes shape pretty quickly, doesn't it? Don't blink. Hashtag don't blink. It happens really fast. Oh, we actually went with red up there, didn't we? Alright. No problem. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to paint as much of him as I can before we start fooling around with anything more down here. Because we got to be setting our hand on this stuff. Well, let's see. Not everybody can be ranked 25. So where is Mizzou anyway? Actually, they don't. I don't think they have any chance of in the SEC anymore, right? So yeah, it's starting to get interesting, Valfera. You know, with these buys and with who's got the first round games at home. It's getting interesting. It's starting to get super interesting. Because now it's not enough to just make the playoffs. Now teams are trying to get those vital seedings there. You do a little more. There we go. Okay. Kind of using this almost like a blending brush here again. Nah, that we didn't want that there. So see you later, Doji. I know you got to get off to back to work there, but we're only just kind of getting started here. We're only 56 minutes in, Doji. So who knows? Maybe you'll be able to join us again. Because I think Illinois is 25. No, they're 24. Then who is 25? And I do believe they're not going to be using bowl games as playoff games, right? Thank goodness. Because that was getting tiresome, I have to say. That was getting very tiresome. Well, Oregon will definitely be left because I don't think they're playing. I don't know. What does your spidey sense tell you there, Valfera? My spidey sense, remember last Friday I was thinking I wasn't sensing a whole lot of massive upsets. There still were. There were some upsets. I don't know. This something tells me it's going to be a little more chalky this week. So there's a little bit of those tendons over there. Let me see. I don't even know where they have Army ranked at this point. Okay, so still only 18th. Yeah, Valfera, because that cold blast, that was supposed to go all the way down into Florida there. So there's our phthalo green. We might do a little bit of it there. I'm going to mix fluoro yellow and our radiant green because those are that's pretty atomic, that mixture right there. Now I think down in Alabama it's going to be colder. Tennessee it's going to be colder. Kentucky, I don't know. Is Texas playing in Kentucky or are they back in Texas? I don't remember. I think they just had a home game. Here it is. Alright, we're doing this. I guess I'm going to have to get me some more of my fast mat weight out here, aren't I? Whoops, not that. I also got to get this the phthalo green on these here gemstones. Okay, so now we've got our glowy snake eye there. What is going to happen on these things? We'll take our phthalo green, just start messing with those. Because reasons. So Penguin Shark, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, stuff maybe you've been working on, please go ahead. I'm pretty sure this Sunday I'll be doing the, was that the Council of Miniature Painters? I mean, I'll only just be every so often, I guess if they have a question or something. I won't be doing a whole bunch on there. I'll mostly be prepping miniatures and getting stuff ready for other vids here, but I actually have another terrain video that is all set to film. Well, it's not really terrain. It's going to be more of a workbench video. What is it called? Oh, Elementium. Yes, how we use our heavy gloss gel for basically everything. Fire, water, ice, snow, waterfalls. Can I reach it here? Oh my gosh, that is a long ways away. However, I did want to... So this is from RM Printable Terrain. While I had the stuff out for the hobbit holes, I hit that and I also just slapped some paint on this. And the idea is we're going to do waterfall, water that kind of comes down to each of these things. So that's going to be pretty fun. I've got that the Balrog from Kurzluk that is going to get the fire on it. So we're going to be using that to make some fire. Though that's fantastic, Penguin Shark. Very cool. And everybody, please check out the link that Penguin Shark just posted. And again, Penguin Shark, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, Velfair, I was wondering if that's, still... It always used to be that. And then for a while it seemed like they weren't using that mechanic anymore. That just cause you were on the bottom of the ticker, that didn't mean you were the home team, which got confusing for me, that's for sure. Alright, we'll just do a little bit of the green there. Not too much of it there. Ooh, let's use even less of our lighter green up here. Let me hit that too. Fast matte white along this line here where the Prussian blue is. Yeah, Velfira, well, it should be, I think it's still going to be interesting Saturday. Again, I don't really, I'm not sensing mega upsets on the horizon. Hey there, Elite, how you doing? So Elite, I hope you enjoyed the Snow Globe game. That was super fun. I kind of miss the old days when the only way you could see the lines is if the guys with the shovels were fast enough, instead of the computer-generated lines that they have now. But that was another game where stats throw out all the stats. It's a divisional game. And it's in a snowstorm. I love it when stats mean nothing. It is so much fun. It was not too much fun when the Bears would routinely go into the Silver Dome with one of the greatest defenses to ever take the field, and then the lowly Lions would run roughshod over that defense. There was just something about that place, which I think they finally imploded that place. I think now it's finally officially gone. Yep, just that's what I'm hoping for, Velfera, is some snow, and some craziness there. You shall not pass. Okay, so first it's Balrogs, now it's these giant snakes. I mean, what are they doing? Just giving these guys steroids here? How come the Mire has to be the smallest, oldest dude? Thank you so much, Spoon Handle. Appreciate that. We have had one roll on our Gandalf 6. What are we going to have here? Uh-oh. Not a bad roll at all. Herblix, wasn't it kind of hanging around with no roof for the longest time? And then it finally got torn down? Now we got some Perline Black. We're going to use that with some of this. Oh, thanks, Spoon Handle. Appreciate that. Oh, I still got to get the other orange up there. Still got to do that. Where's my... here we go. Now, this right here is pretty similar. Where did he go? There he is. It's a little bit similar to what we did with our kitty here. See that green, and then kind of the sickly, fleshy color for the lights. That's kind of what we're doing with him. So thanks so much, Spoon Handle. Elite, you could see that one coming a mile away because, well, Pittsburgh does not have a... well, they had to win with, what, 6 field goals in their last game? And you're not going to be kicking 6 field goals in a snowstorm. Also, Cleveland just... this is their Super Bowl. Now, we also have the Jameis Winston effect there, Elite. I don't know. Well, you take a look at the Jameis Winston run for the touchdown that won him the game. He threw some really bad interceptions, but he just, to him, this is a rebirth of his career. So he's going to go all out. So, Velfera, this is the Indanthryn Blue. Actually, if you want to see it, and this is from Richardson, if you want to see it in action, this is the, I think it was a 2-episode arc on this guy. It was either 2 or 3. I think it was 2, where we used the Indanthryn Blue. So yeah, Elite, when the Lions would give the Bears all kinds of hassles in that Pontiac Silverdome, the Lions would be 2-12, the Bears would be 12-2. And the Lions would still give them all kinds of hassles. The Bears would go into Dallas and beat the Cowboys by 40, and then turn around and barely survive against the Lions. Again, part of it is familiarity. So your division opponent is not going to be seeing you the same way. Let's say a team that you maybe play once every 4, 5, 6 years or something like that. It's not quite the same. Now, Velfare, I will be doing a comparison video with the 2 Indanthryn Blues that I have. I do not have... I think Williamsburg has an Indanthryn Blue. I do not have that. Maybe if there's another fabulous winter... Oh, geez. We got to start keeping our eye out. Fabulous winter sale on Dick Blick, don't we? I have not been doing that. So if anybody is keeping an eye on Dick Blick, let me know when that super sale starts out. All right. I think we got enough lights and darks on this now, right, Velfare, that it should make a big difference. All right, Velfare, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. I think we pretty successfully turned off our object source lighting. Yeah, it's gone. No more objects. I mean, obviously, maybe down here, I guess, on the tail, but not like this. Look at this. That's like a 10%. We're not even at 50% yet, still climbing to 50. There we go. It never gets old, does it, Velfera? Elite, it's kind of crazy that Cleveland has taken down now both Pittsburgh and Baltimore in the same season. That's two of their three wins. And that is classic divisional rivalry right there. It's a whole literally. I mean, I know it's a corny phrase, but it is a whole new ball game when those folks get together. There's a wee bit of animus between them. And unlike some of the other so-called rivalries, there it's still kind of a thing. So Kino, it never gets old, right? Seeing stuff like that, and of course, again, you can do that too. You just need all you got to do is take your camera, phone camera, take a picture of it, go into that whatever app that controls it, kill all the saturation, and then you'll get a chance to really see what you're doing looks like. Yeah, Velfira, that's where. Yeah, turning out the lights, the party's over. Every time we do that film noir. And of course, it shows just so much. Here's another one. This is another one of our favorite examples. Look at all these wild colors. Tons of contrast there, right? Maybe not, because look at that. All of a sudden, it just becomes this slab of gray. Almost here, too, with a little bit of shading. That's about it. Otherwise, again, just this slab of gray. Until we do this, in which case, oh, well, looky there. Right? We have color contrast, saturation contrast, temperature contrast, all those contrasts. Well, Vilfira, sorry that you keep getting whacked by that. But here's hoping that you'll be able to enjoy a fun. It's going to be a great college football Saturday. I think it's going to be a great Saturday no matter what, Velfira. So take care of yourself, and well, we'll see you tomorrow. And have a good one. Velfira, that's why I try to keep that one on hand. Well, even Alex the Cave Troll is a good example of that. It's a good example of other things too, but especially that. Where's my... Yeah, we'll just roll with this. Elite, it's remember that we were just talking a little bit ago about Kansas and South Carolina and some of these other teams that we're calling giant killers. Some of these teams aren't even ranked, and yet they've wiped out not just teams that are ranked, but top 10 teams. You know what? I'm going to get some of this, a little bit of Indian yellow here too. Blammo. Now we're going to get a little bit of this brown here. That's going to go on. That's a little bit more of a glaze type of a thing going on there. Nope. Asphaltum. A little bit, yeah, a little bit of asphaltum right along that edge there. Yeah, let me see something here. So Gatecrasher, that is Fulton color. For whatever reason, it's really spectacular for things like horses. It really works very well. It's a spectacular fur color. It's sneaky dark. It's a sneaky, got the sneaky intensity of color to it. Doesn't look like it has an intense color, but it does some really nifty stuff. Get rid of this. I'm gonna take that brown ochre, kind of like that Puro orange. It's a very surprising color. It does things that just normally would not expect. You know what? I'm gonna get me a little bit of antique brown in there. Oh boy, it's too bad Vanderbilt Velfair is gone. I'm thinking we might have to, if Vanderbilt can pull off any more upsets, we'll have to rename Van Dyke Brown Vanderbilt Brown. Speaking of which, let me roll some of this out here. Just kind of conditioning this, breaking it down a little. Break it down some more. Don't need it to be a pin line wash. This is, I don't know, maybe about 70, 75-ish% of the way there. Sort of there, not quite there. Just need, there's some areas of separation that I want to see here. Not quite there. That's the other nifty thing about the oils, right? I just basically erase that. Yes, it's almost like you got yourself an eraser. Elite, what you should be able to do, hopefully, the only way I get to see it is I just go on YouTube and I type in college football live. And there are people that are live streaming the games because otherwise I would have no way to see it. None whatsoever. So hopefully that works for you too, Elite. Just again, go to YouTube, type in college football live, and there will be people live streaming the games from their own feeds. Now, sometimes those feeds get cut off suddenly and you have to jump to another one. But that hopefully is a way that you can see it. Okay, you know what? Let me take a little bit of this up there. Yeah, we need ourselves a bit more right along the edges of this. Now we need to grab a blending brush here. Maybe we'll use this. Maybe we'll use this. Same over here. Okay. Now, taking the, let me get a little perline red, not a giant block of perline red. All right, let's try this again. Because that is going to go in some of these areas. Not a pin line wash, but again, for some separation. All right, let me see what we can do here with something much lighter. I'm just going to get me some more of my fast matte white out here too. I don't know, I might have to start investing in even more tubes of that. 1 sec, there we go. 1 hour 19 minutes ago, this said, I'm just saying, there was no paint on this thing. It's 1 hour 19 minutes ago. As they say, don't blink. Do not blink. I think this is also going to take a bit of a semi-pin line wash going on here to really lighten up this. Oh yeah, look at that. You thought that was the lightest orange. That was just basically the primer down there. Now we got ourselves some light in there. Also there. So the basing bits here, some of them are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. I forget where this brazier is from. And of course the Tomb King, or the Egyptian themed texture roller from Green Stuff World. Floral orange, Indian yellow. It's gonna go over here because somehow we missed out on some of that there. Okay. Ah, there we go. I need the Hansa yellow, which I think there's 2 different Hansa yellows in that set that Verco's Vault sent this way. Not 1, but 2 of them. Start to pick out some of our lightest firelight projected onto our big old sneaky snake here. Nah, that's too much of a yellow. We need a little more orange than that. Let's see what this does. There we go. Yeah, it was way too much yellow in that. Get enough thinner to make this flow, but not so much thinner that it's just going to run all over the place. Hit this here. Again, if Rottweiler or Recoil want to share their links again, in case Recoil you might be streaming later. So we're starting to bring out, get a little bit more of the light oil. I'm going to get me some of that on this surface still. Again, it's a metal surface. Little something up there. Now we definitely need to get some of the orange up here. Maybe the light here. Well, kind of more of a mid-tone for right now. Just use it as a blending brush there. Mostly using the Puro Orange here. I mean, Cadmium Scarlet would do a similar thing as this. Hey, there's Sector X. Happy Friday or Thursday. Great to see you there, Sector X. It's been really crazy here too. And I have a feeling that I might have figured out, well, I figured but not figured out what's going on with those rendering times. Why the videos are taking 5 hours to render that should normally only take 2 hours, 15 minutes tops. I think it might just be the computer that I'm filming on. Something weird is going on with either the settings or something there. Because the video I tried rendering here, granted it still took longer to render that, but it was a Twitch vid. So not one that I recorded in XSplit. And I don't know if there's some weird setting that has been turned on in XSplit that's making things take longer. And it's very mysterious. I have no idea what's going on with that. But all of a sudden my video render times have just gone up exponentially. So we're just plopping that on there. Here's our blending brush. So Sector X, I don't know if you saw the hobbit holes with all of their foliage. I posted that to the Instas, maybe 6-7 hours ago. Wait. There we go. Sector X, those things, those were super fun. I never would have thought something like that could be quite that much fun. I still have the hobbit holes that I printed out, 2 from Printing Goes Ever On, 1 from Conquest Creations. There's also, technically there's still 1 more from Printing Goes Ever On that I could print. And then there's the massive Hobbit Tavern. That is still yet to be painted. I don't think we'll be painting that on stream. I might do a series of videos on it, but I don't think we'll be painting that on stream. And of course, we are using another one of the Battlecraft Supplies fabulous holders here. That is the only way we're able to do the terrain, the large critters like this. And those again are from Battlecraft Supplies. Just check out their Etsy page. Lots of different configurations. We were using one of the smaller ones for our ships right here. So we're using one of these for the ships, one of the smaller ones. Try and catch some of the edges of these scales that are down here. Again, with our firelight. We'll probably come back into this with some of our Perline Red, maybe mixed with the Van Dyke Brown to get some of our darks in here again. Now that we're doing this. And we'll do this here. So Sector X, we had another instance where, and this was a different print. Now both of the Anycubics have done this, where I select something to print, and I come back, and it has printed the entire vat as one block of resin sticking up to the build plate. And I don't know if it's because when I'm hitting what I think is the file, I'm hitting something else, and it's not actually printing the build plate that I'm towing it to. I have no idea what's going on there. So we're going to try this again here with our Perline Red mixed with the Van Dyke Brown. In here, and then definitely Get a little separation between these wrappings here. So it's Chidu box. And again, it happened once on one printer and once on the other Anycubic, and it could be possible that just maybe in my haste, I might be hitting the what is it? The not the test object file, but basically the firmware file. So it is possible that just I'm not hitting quite the right thing. Because it was definitely two different. It wasn't just two different sliced up build plates. It was two different. One of them was printing goes ever on, and the other one was a whole different sculptor. So they were not related in any way, shape, or form. And I'm pretty sure that I've printed out those same files successfully without that happening at other times. Try and darken you up a little bit up there. And then we need to do that down here. Again, we're going to take this deeper orangey red here. And of course that is mixing the entire time with what's already on here. So I think you can see what we're trying to do. You know, light, dark, light. Rinse and repeat. Sictorix, the Elegoo PLA is back down to $42 again. And it seems like the bamboo stuff is still sitting there at the reduced price. And it's been that way, what, for about a month or so? To be honest, really tempted to just get the another one, so that there's just no mystery. Don't have to sit there and go, okay, this is a whole new printer. Got to figure out how this whole new printer works. Let me take some of my ice blue here. A little bit of the Prussian. No, we need it. There we go. Some of our indigo into that. Also up here, now blending brush. What we're going to need, we'll just use this guy here. Okay, yeah. We need that little bit of cooler color on there because that's the ambient light as opposed to this. Now we're going to be leaving the wrappings and the scales alone because, as you can see, I still have to be sticking my hands on there if I want to get, the actual knight up there painted. Now, did I do red on the? Okay, it was a red and blue. All right, we can do that. I'm just gonna grab the Perline red here. Can you see them? Yes, you can. So we'll get our red up in here. Then we'll do the blue, like you do. We'll alternate the red and gold on this thing here, and then there was another one somewhere. Where was that? Here it is. Let's do that here. Also there. And got the little falcon in there. We'll hit that one too. Try and get some later reds, and maybe we'll just go directly to that Naphtho Scarlet with a little touch of our Pure Orange. Yeah, I'm just going to make it easier. Again, all I did was a little bit of the lighter blue, Indantrum blue slash... Yeah, so you can see a little bit of that. Just got on my thumb there, because I don't care. Really haven't done much at all on that. So not a big deal. We need a horizon line on that. That should be reflecting this blue. Let me take a look. I think we did it on this guy. Yep. I think we're gonna be joined by Kaylee and Catmaster now. So Kaylee is in first. How you doing there, Kaylee? And I give it a second or two. You'll probably get Catmaster. There's Catmaster. So hello, Kaylee. Hello, Cap. How you guys doing? Everybody, please give Kaylee Larson a follow. Please give Catmaster a follow too. And of course, you guys want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you guys. We're painting another one of our sneaky snakes here. These are from Titan Forge. Well, we did this one in a tutorial series video. Now, this one we started 1 hour 37 minutes ago. And by started, I mean he had no paint on him. Yes, there was no paint on this 97 minutes ago. So Catmaster, check this out. Remember all those hobbit holes that we were painting? Well, speaking of tutorial videos, I did another tutorial and we got all of the grass on the roofs. Look at this. There's even little wood chips here. Yes, indeed, little wood chips there by the thing. Oh, and of course, in the inside, speaking of glowy things, yeah, we got some stuff glowy on the inside as well. So, Catmaster, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Hopefully all is well. Here's another one. We did 6 of these. Also a glowy interior there. And then these were 3D printed. And then we added all the flock and foliage in a tutorial video. Yeah, here's another look at that previous snake. Where is he? There he is. So again, you get a little nicer view of him right there. Yep, Catmaster, we painted 6. I actually have 3 more printed out now, because I was still printing them as they were being painted. But yep, that is 6 hobbit holes there. And now those are all from Miniature Land. And of course, Catmaster, again, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I'm sure that Kaylee's already headed off to sleep for the night there. But you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. As always, great to see you. And as always, these are being painted in oils, traditional oil paints right out of the tube, just like those hobbit holes. Just like our little hobbit holes there. Let me see. Well, that's fantastic. And of course, Catmaster, again, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And please, everybody give Catmaster a follow. Trying to get some of our light here now on these wrappings. And of course, Catmaster, if you've got any sort of, I don't know if you have a GoFundMe or anything like that, or if you're just kind of doing donation goals in your stream there. Obviously, we did those, and folks helped us out tremendously with those goals. Okay, I'm gonna try and get back to my fast mat white up here. Indian yellow down here. Combine those together. Try and, yeah, hit some lighter stuff up here on his little headdress or whatever. So again, everybody please give Capmaster a follow, and if you can, give Capmaster a little assistance there with the move fund. Yeah, and of course, Capmaster moving a painting area is not terribly easy. Yeah, Capmaster, it really does. It's a pretty straightforward way, right, to let folks know how they can give you a hand. And again, everybody, please give Capmaster a follow so that you can help out Capmaster with that moving fund. I might do a donation thing myself, and that kind of depends on what the Black Friday things are for larger monitors. It's for this area here because since we're painting stuff that is so much bigger now, I mean, some of this stuff is massive. It's in some cases getting almost impossible to see the chat sometimes, even with the second monitor. But that is off to the side. The monitor that's in front of me it's fine for smaller objects, but once things get as big as the stuff we're painting now, that basically ends up right in front of the monitor. Now that's very cool there, Capmaster, to have the, well, I'm sure they look really, really, really nifty, but that is a fantastic thing to do as a thank you. So here's hoping here's hoping you have to paint up lots of those. Tons of them, because that would mean that you got yourself some little wiggle room there for the move. Capmaster, as Boromir says, one can never have too much area for your painting space. There is no such thing as too much painting space. That's directly from Boromir there. I mean, double check. You can rewatch the movie. It's right there. And try and use almost a straight up fast mat white here and a couple of little spots on the golds here. Not everywhere, just in a few little spots here. And even the Prussian blue. And of course, Capmaster, that's before you even get into things like 3D printing. Now you get into 3D printing, then there is no such thing as too much space for your painting and stuff. There is no such thing then. Of course, Capmaster, again, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. You know what? I'm actually going to switch here from what we did on the other one. I'm going to take this here Prussian blue. And we're going to roll with that here. And normally on the other ones we did the gold, but here I'm actually going to do the Prussian blue on that. So we're changing that up literally from yellow to our blue. Also, here, where's my... We need to get a little something here on the base here, because we have nothing there right now. We're not going to do a lot, but we need more than nothing. Well, Catmaster, I hope that works out too. And hopefully you can get lots of basing bits printed out, because those are just absolutely incredibly helpful. I mean, we got some of them on here too. Yep. We got, that's a 3D printed bit. So are these little skellies over here. So is our sneaky snake down here. So I hope that all works out as you would like there, Catmaster. This is, again, that's the Perline Red mixed with some Van Dyke Brown. I'm going to throw a little more thinner into that. And that's going to go in a couple areas here to just really hit ourselves some shadows cast by that firelight. Now, all of these snakes that you'll be seeing on stream, they were all done in basing videos on the Patreon page. Of course, you sign up for the Patreon page. You do that with the $15 Army Painter Pledge. Get ready to binge watch a lot, because there's, well over 2,000 hours worth of videos. Typically, on a given month, I make 20 hours of new vids. That's every month. Pretty sure you don't get 2 or 20 hours of anything from Netflix for $15. Just throwing it out there. I'm pretty sure you don't. You do that Army Painter Pledge thing, you're getting every video that I've ever made since 2013. I'm not good at math, but that sounds like 11 years to me. Gonna get some of that, that pure orange back in here. So Catmaster, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I know you just finished your stream, so you're not going to have stuff from tonight's stream, but I know you got some other things that you've been working on for months, really. You want to share some of that stuff, please go ahead. That'd be fantastic. Yep, we're going to try it now. I don't mind getting some stuff down here. I'm not going to be sticking my finger there. I'll be sticking my finger up here. Now, yeah, Catmaster, it's a never-ending thing, because if I'm not streaming, I'm filming. If I'm not streaming or filming, I'm editing. And if I'm not doing any of those things, we're basically preparing to stream, film, edit, whatever. It is a never-ending cycle. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Catmaster just shared. And again, please give Catmaster a follow. So Catmaster, hopefully also too, you've been feeling good enough to be able to do the regular streams and such. I guess that's the other thing too. Hopefully this house is easy enough on you for getting around. Because that's always an additional kind of little consideration factor, whatever you want to call it. Blending brush. Soften these up a little. And then we'll go at them again here with the orange. Okay, there's a big old blob of fuzz on the back of that. Okay, I think we got rid of that. Again, look where my hand is on this brush. Look at that. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. No need to have a death grip on that brush. It would be really hard to paint this if I did. As in, there would be no paint reaching the surface here. And doing our blending brush trick again on the scales. Camp Master, that's a different take on two steps forward, one step back. That's like 2 steps forward and 2 falls on the floor. Yeah, that's the kind of take on it that you'd say, yeah, I'd really rather not invent new little sayings like that. Hey there, Mom, how you doing? It's great to see you there, Mom. Oh, I'll have to send pictures of I was in the store very briefly today. They had on sale again these crazy little holiday cookies that you just kind of stick them in the oven and bake them. This time around, it was cookies with the images of a turkey on them. Everybody, please again say hello to Recoils. Mom, great to see you. Happy Friday, of course. A very happy Friday to you. Well, we're gearing up for Thanksgiving, which normally would have taken place, say, today. Let's see. Yeah, Catmaster, you just kind of wonder. It's almost as if somebody was specifically targeting that and just said, I'm going to break this. It's like, how in the world could you break something like that unless something was gunning for you? Now, and Mom, we had our first snowfall. Yes, we had our first snowfall of the season, so I was able to break out the scarf at long last. So, of course, many thanks for making that, and we're hoping that we have many chances to use that this winter because it's going to be an actual winter. I mean, we don't need it to be 40 below zero every day, but we would like it to just be seasonal. Hey there, Dark Mike. Nice to see ya. So this is 3D printed from Titan Forge Miniatures. What's really nifty is that every monthly release, they have a complete army. Not only is there a complete army, you can print it at 28 mil, 32 mil. There's oval bases, square bases. I just make my own bases, but yeah. And they've done, again, entire armies with all kinds of options. I mean, there's 9 of these things. And they make them where you have weapon options and all that good stuff. Nice to see you there, Grand Oracle. Believe it or not, we had a level 4 hype train. Level 4 hype train early on. Oh, thanks, Dark Mike. And again, this is the first one we did. Again, this was part of our Patreon series there. And this is also from Titan Forge. Right here, we've got other large creatures and such, like the Screaming Skull Catapult. Now, Highland Miniatures also does Tomb King stuff. Now, let's see. We have other things that are Titan Forge. Where are they? Oh, yeah. I think this is... Oh, no. This is Highland Miniatures. That's Highland Miniatures, but this is Titan Forge. Yep. So, Bretonian stuff, too. That's also Titan Forge there. No problem there, Grand Oracle. Mom, it was just minimal. It was really more of a dusting. I think they had way more snow at the Cleveland-Pittsburgh game. And it was basically lake effect snow. So at this time of year, or just in the wintertime in general, if the wind is going to be blowing from the east or the north, especially the northeast, that's where we're going to be seeing lake effect snow. Thanks again, Dark Mike. Appreciate that. So Grand Oracle, these went up on the this video went up on the Patreon page. It really worked out well for our little Hobbit lumberjack there. See the wood chips and everything. And then of course we had the static grass thing did work ultimately in the end. And of course, well, there's your painted interior as well. So yeah, Grand Oracle did we did all 6 of them in that video. And this is I think this is Bilbo Stabbin's house right here with the pumpkins and everything. Grand Oracle, it had been years since I last used that particular static grass applicator, and I mean years. So I had to kind of relearn how to use that thing. It got interesting at times. There was some unexpected stuff. The one nice thing, Grand Oracle, about that 9-volt battery one is that if I was going to get zapped, it wasn't going to be hair raising, if you want to call it that. It might not. It would be a bit of a spark, but not quite the whole new hairdo and blown across the room. Mom, that is, well, it is. Yeah, it's the off season for footy. They got to clear footy out of those stadiums so that they can play some cricket in there. Well, see you later, Catmaster. Thanks for being here again. Everybody, please give Catmaster a follow if you could. So then you could help Catmaster out with his with that move. Now, Mom, I'm really glad that you're able to catch some of the cricket there. I don't know. I think I might have to see what I can find on YouTube, much like we do for our college football, because then we could add the cricket report. Yes, we could add the cricket report to our college football report this fall and winter. I don't know. I think that has to happen. That's a game that hopefully one day I get to play, much like Aussie Rules football. Love me some cricket. Let me get a little bit more of this green in here. That also serves as a bit of a nice, again, contrast to everything that's going on with this. Right, so we have the orangey stuff there. We have more of the green over there. And less than 2 hours ago, this had no paint on it. Yep, it was one of our paint-free objects. Also, Grand Oracle, these just happened to show up in the mail. To here, let me show you. Where's it at? Here it is. I might have to film a different video than I was originally planning. And I think they gave me the go-ahead here to again do a color theory and oils vid. We're just going to take all these colors and we're just going to mix them with white. We're just going to do very simple color charts just with the white and see what we get with those. And then I might do a couple of things, find some select miniatures where maybe we can do some staining tests. The other thing, Grand Oracle, is that Puro Orange has been super helpful for things like this. Enjoying it more and more. A lot of what we're doing up in there is basically just Puro Orange. Oh, this is in Dancer in Blue, by the way. So what I'm going to probably be doing is in one of our video series on those, not Highland, was it Highland Miniatures? Yeah, the Highland Miniatures, Necropolis Knights. What I want to do is use the Indanthrin blue and then this puro orange instead of necessarily the fluoro orange. So we might just not have the fluoro orange at all and just use the puro orange, because one thing it does let me do quicker is get to the lighter colors of our orange glow. So I can get those in sooner. It sets a little bit more quickly than, say, the fluoro orange does. So they're still in production, or they're still in testing right now, Grand Oracle. They're still in testing, but they wanted me to test them, and obviously the only way I'm going to be able to test them is either in videos or on stream. I can even do them on stream too, but I kind of wanted to do a color theory and oils video with that stuff first, just to see what happens. Nope, it's actually somebody in the miniature painting industry, Grand Oracle. Now take it for what you will, but the only black that's in there is Mars black. Let's put it this way: they're folks that Kathy and I have known for quite a while in the miniatures industry. We've known them for a long time, and they're bound and determined to create usable oil paints that miniature painters can use. I mean, you can use regular artist oils, they're just fine, but some people would just get freaked out pretty much at probably the size of the tubes or whatever. Yeah, that does have a little bit of our lighter color in it. I'm going to try and catch some of these scales down here. I'm glad that that's working out, Grand Org. I know you had to wait a little extra for that stuff. I'm glad that it's working out. And Grand Orca, as far as I can see, they still have that sale going on, which, like we've been speculating, that there's going to be something new announced. Speaking of something new, I do believe, actually, Armored Wolf, I don't know if your store guy has heard if the new Emmy SBG is supposed to go up for pre-order this Saturday. All signs point to it most likely being this Saturday. That's great, Grand Oracle. That is definitely good news. And something there's just no way to know until you sort of crash test it, right? And see what happens. Let me get a little bit more of my lighter orange on this here. Some more of it up here. That edge needs to be much lighter. Let's hit that. There we go. You know what? That probably needs some more light as well. Yeah, Grand Oracle. We also had our first snowfall here. I mean, it was barely a dusting. The grass was white. The sidewalk had some slushy snow on it. It was sort of snow-ish. So, Mom, is that game, say, at the MCG or at the SCG? Or is that more of a... And I guess too, is it, is it India coming for a test match or something like that, or is it more local? Let me see if I can get some of this again. Lighter orange up here on these scales, because we want them to be somewhat reflective. And eventually, again, we're going to work our way back around here. I wonder, these I'll probably hit with more of the floral orange, or the, I almost said Indanthrine orange. No, that would be the Pyrrole orange. This might be the, I'm trying, oh, I know the last time I used Indanthrine blue was on that one ring wraith. That's it. Suddenly I couldn't really remember the last chance we had to use the Indanthrine blue. Trying to get a little bit of this orange up here on these gemstones because they are super reflective. So the scales, anything that's metal, seeing those as a more reflective surface. Nah, it didn't go where it was supposed to. How's about we just get rid of that? There we go. So it's all the way out west in Perth. And it is India. Okay, I wasn't sure. Actually, Mom, I saw. Oh, I gotta. I think I failed to take a screen capture of this, but in my Instagram, I think it was a meme of a cricket stadium in, say, the UK, and then it was a cricket stadium in India. And of course, there was a massive difference in the crowd capacity with the Indian cricket stadium being gigantic. So yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I can do that. If I can cut out, well, how I watch my college football, I just go on to the YouTubes there and type in live cricket matches and see what comes up. Heck, I should do that with Aussie rules. What am I saying here? Who knows? Maybe I'll actually somehow be able to watch Aussie rules football again. Let me try to lighten that up a touch more right along there. Speaking of lighter, I'm going to try and get this Indian yellow into our white and yellow mix here. Now I'm starting to feel, yeah, this lightest light along here. I mean, this is basically right next to our light source. It should be pretty light. And again, a little over 2 hours ago and a level 4 hype train. This thing was just primer. And we just did the dark brown primer Grand Oracle. This is one that I brushed a primer on months ago. And by months ago, I mean like before Adepticon. I think. Yeah, it could have been actually before Adepticon. That's how long this has been waiting. So let's see. I guess the other question is how many overs have there been? All right, because, well, overs, wickets, those are pretty key stats. That might be a little lighter than we want. No problem. No problem. I'll take this orange here. No problem. Blending brush. Gonna utilize this here. Just blend that out a little bit. So 47 overs. Now, of course, Elite usually provides the NFL and Sumo reports. Of course, Recoil helps provide the Aussie Rules football report. Mom is going to be covering cricket because we've needed a cricket reporter. We've never had one. Now we have a cricket reporter. But Rico's got to remind me to do a search of live cricket on YouTube and see what pops up. Because we don't cover enough sports here on the Wampelville Sports Network. Clearly, since we're all the way into Aussie Rules, football, and sumo, we definitely don't cover enough sports. We need more. Now here what we've got is essentially the really light yellow and then just a really dark brown. I'm trying to get some reddish orange down here into the, well, whatever little bit of shadow there is there. I think, you know what? They had a bit of orange going to catch the end of these. Teensy touch more. Now, we haven't had too many sneaky puns. Grand Oracle. Now, of course, we might have more puns when surface tension slithers in here. Maybe we'll have some more puns then.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
Of course, Grand Oracle, there's always a chance that, he's been so active with all the puns, he might just be a little burned out as well. Thank you so much, Mateo. Appreciate that. We haven't seen this Gandalf yet. He says, yeah, this is cool. Hey, since you don't have legs, why don't you cross over that bridge and fight that Balrog? He's like, nah, no, I'm thinking I got something else. I could eat you, though. It's like, that really wasn't how that conversation was supposed to go. So, Mateo, thank you so much. For Gandalf the White, we have our Gandalf 6. Oh, there it is, the first one. The first Gandalf 6 of the evening. So again, Mateo, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is definitely starting to really coalesce together here. You know what? Sure. Gonna get some of my orange on this. Little touch of our pearly red, and then go back to the floral orange. And we're going to hit our firelight here. Just a couple of spots, not everywhere, but just a few areas here. So it's 6 o'clock tonight, and then start up again tomorrow at noon. So again, your live cricket report from Mom. So again, Recoil. Recoil's in the off season right now, since Aussie Rules has concluded with the Premiership in September. with the beatdown of Sydney, which was not a surprise. That was not much of a game there. Little bit of a red up there on the top of that, and that's about it for the darker tones that we're going to add on our flame there. Technically, we could still go lighter, believe it or not. No, that's, speaking of dark, that's too dark. There. Also, no, more orange. That's a little peachy right there. We don't want that. That was a wee bit on the peachy side. We got ourselves some more of the orange to do over here. I don't think I ever really did get here. Let me utilize this thing. On our floor here. Again, that is the texture roller from Green Stuff World, combined with some 3D printed basing bits. Now I need to get some of my really light stuff up here on this, or let me take a little look at what we did here. So, you know what? Let me get some of the, let's change directions here. I'm going to get a little bit of this. I knew something was kind of missing there. Let's shove some of this down in here. And now we're going to get some of our lighter stuff up here. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to set my hand on this here. We'll have to, redo some things in here, but that's why I'm not doing too much. There probably will come a point here in a bit where I skedaddle off and just wash my hands off. Now that we've gotten a ton of, not a ton, but we're getting paint on there. And the only reason I just want to get that off my hand is I don't want to be transferring that to some of the miniatures and some of the other stuff that I'll be handling here. Yeah, we haven't gotten any kind of decent light going on here. Yeah, it's too much thinner. Could tell that right away. And I think that's going to work a little better. Because what I'm not looking for here is a pin line wash, that's for sure. So Grand Oracle, I think I might have sent you pictures of the cases where I was trying to reorganize everything. It took somewhere in the neighborhood of 3.5 hours, I think, to do that reorganization process. But now I do believe every flock, gravel, and like leaf scatter that I have is all in one place. Now they're not a bunch of each thing, but it is all in one place. Grand Oracle, you're going to enjoy this film noir. Now, I think the first time we did it, we only really just had some of the basic shading on here. But yeah, this is going to be pretty fascinating to see what happens here. I mean, it's not 100% turned off, but it certainly doesn't look like what it used to go. Look at this. Outside of that tail, like the very bottom of the tail, is there anything that really indicates a difference from that versus that? Well, we'll do this. Okay, now we're at 50%. Boom, look at that. This is just, it never gets old, right, Grand Oracle? To see that every single time. Yeah, and you know it's going to happen. You're waiting for it, but every single time you see it, you just say, holy smokes, look at that. Give me a touch of the yellow into this. And we're going to hit this a little more here. Let's try and lighten up our firelight even more. And you know, some miniatures, it doesn't quite show up as much maybe as others, but I don't know. I think Grand Oracle, just about every object source lighting miniature that we do, that tends to have a massive impact and really shows so much. I need to hit the rim of this brazier here like you do. Gonna start getting some of our firelight on our little sneaky snake down here. Oh yeah, our skilly friends. They need to get a little bit of light on them too.
So say we all.
Hey there, Landrast. Let's see. I think you're back from the movies, right, Landrast? I was thinking it was too early, but it doesn't necessarily. Maybe it's not a 4-hour long movie. Thanks, Landrast. Appreciate that. So hopefully it was. Well, hopefully the movie was good. I think you've had a decent run of luck. And Landrast, you know, the lower level stuff was looking really cool. I mean, no doubt about that. But those buildings, I mean, just by themselves, they look really neat. But boy, when you see the buildings on top of that, that's getting to be pretty epic there, Landrast. Okay, well, it's weird to think of 2.5 hours as a short movie these days, right? I mean, usually 90 minutes, that's pretty much it, but every movie has to be epically long, it seems. Boys Landers, when did the first one come out? I actually saw that in the theaters, and I swear that was in the 90s. Unless I'm wrong, maybe it was in the 2000s. But that had to be like 15 years ago or something. Landrest, I guess, I was going to say that would be a lot quicker. But those organizers, I'm finding out. Actually, there was an update with those. I meant to ask Valfira if he saw that email from not Omni, but Curio. Actually, Grand Oracle, you didn't get the Curio files, did you? So yeah, Landrest, that is really spectacular looking. I mean, I'm sure the organizers, and I'm just going to say Tuxlari. I have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce that. But I have printed up a bunch of the Moria terrain from Tuxlari. Now, actually, right now, we could look at Bambi Cam. Because I'm printing up ironically enough, from Miniature Land. Oh, I see that we're on the big screen. Let me get to Bambi Cam here. Come on. All right, there we are. Now it's halfway done. It just looks like a forest of supports, but yeah, that is. Well, let's put it this way: it's a little bit like the Duroc Deep, except I think it was maybe $10 or something. Actually, that's a way easier pronunciation there, Landrast. I definitely prefer that one for sure. So if you hear me say that, that's what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can. There we go. We need to also do some of that here. Blending brush again. There we are. There we are. I have to say, Landrist, I am pretty relieved to have the video with all the hobbit holes and all of the landscaping on those out of the way. Especially since I really didn't know what in the world was going to happen with the static grass thing. There was at least, I want to say 3 times, maybe 4, where I forgot to turn the stupid thing back on. And of course, well, the battery died at one point. However, oh, and I also gave up on the stupid wand. I just basically grabbed it with my fingers and just chucked it on there. I'd still be working on the first one if I tried using that wand. Yeah, Landrast, it was especially this curvature here around the roof line there where the grass is hanging over. That is one of the key things that I really wanted to see. And of course, afterwards I found out I did have 3 other materials I could use for the sawdust and the wood chips and such. Alright, so what do we got here? We have this. We're still up here working on this. I might have to come back in here with more of our darks again. And Landry, it's almost like film noir, where I knew it was gonna make a big visual difference, but still it didn't prepare me for seeing that going, wow, man, that really made a huge difference. And I was trying not to keep saying that on the video, but it was kind of hard to avoid. Just sitting there going, wow, that worked out well. So we were wanting to get some blue reflected light on our gold here. The reflected color right from the scales there. I think we might try doing a little bit more, and this is with our little bit of our green there too. So again, some reflected light here / color. Now it could be reflecting this too. If it's supposed to be gold, gold is somewhat shiny. It would reflect the surrounding colors, the surrounding light, all that stuff. And of course, 2.5 hours ago, this bad boy had no paint on it whatsoever. None at all. I'll lighten you up a bit more here. Now, I don't know what we're going to be doing on our Friday/Saturday streams. Now, if I can get those hobbitses ready, maybe we're printing up those. Let me grab a little more of this. Because here, I haven't really been sticking my finger too much. It's here, and especially over there, as you can see. And again, that's why I'm going to take a... When it comes time to paint some of this other stuff, I'll get some of this off of my finger there. I guess the other thing I'm trying to figure out is, aside from a glorious college football Saturday, is this Saturday also the day that the new Emmy SPG is going to be released? Or at least the pre-order thing? Now, I didn't have any time to look at much of anything news-wise. So no idea if there actually is going to be this Saturday a pre-release of Emmy SPG. If anybody else has heard anything, just let me know. You know what, let me get a little bit more of my bluish mid-tone there. Now I'm going to take me some of that radiant green. That's going to go there. These are actually, they're definitely pointed away from the firelight. Let's also get some light in here too. JD, I think it's going to all be replaced with ultramarines. Yes, everything's just going to be ultramarines. No other marines, just ultramarines. So yes, instead of Gandalf the Grey, you'll have Guliman or something like that. Instead of Sauron the White, you'll have Magnus the Red. And it'll just be all 40k. Instead of Mirkwood, you'll just have Grimdark. Okay, this is starting to separate now from all the firelight stuff. There we go. We kind of had not too much difference between those. Now we're getting some difference here. And of course, instead of him riding Shadowfax, he'll just have his own land speeder. Let's do a bit more of our light right here. And there's, of course, there's wrappings on this, on this big old sickle right there. Oh, we never did get am I still... I wonder if I did put some lighter stuff in there. I just stuck my hand on there. I wiped it away. It could go either way. I don't know. Oh, you know what? You can really see how light we got on the wrappings on that sneaky snake there. Again, we're waiting on the blue here. You can see the difference in the scales. right? I'm basically not messing with those. As you can see, some people have a green thumb. I got the blue pinky. Oh, and of course, JD, what's going to be in Moria? It's going to be squats. Yes. Now I don't know what they're going to do with the Erebor dwarves, but yeah, instead of Khazad-dûm or something like that, it'll just be all Votann there. So Rico did. I don't know if Mom has another update on the cricket match for us. I just saw that Mom was trying to post something in the chat there. It could be another update on our match out in Perth. That is way out west. So Rico, so Mom, is that about? I'm trying to think how many time zones that is past you, because I'm thinking that's got to be 2 time zones past you guys. Again, I couldn't be precise about this, but I'm thinking distance from Sydney to Perth is probably about the same as Chicago to maybe Vegas or something. So they're 3 hours behind. That's what would always throw me off. Every time the Bulldogs were going to play out there in Perth against West Coast. Yeah, that game wouldn't start till somewhere around 6 in the morning my time. You know what? I probably should get some of my blue in there, but I'm just kind of hitting that with a white. Rico, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat, again, everybody please give Rico13 a follow. Do that. What are we doing here? Let me take a little look-see at this guy. Okay, that's what we have to do. And we have to get some of that green back in there also. Wow. The little scarabs on his shoulders, we did those with our blue. All right. Good to know. That's where we're heading anyway, to Prussian blue. Let's let the Prussians do something here. On that. Where's the other one here? Get that on you. And of course, thanks to everybody that helped create that level. Oh, is that a gemstone? Maybe I'll go Phthalo green on that. For creating that level 4 hype train. That is super helpful. Well, that already changes this big old chunk of armor right here. So we did that. Now let's try and get some fast mat white. Floral orange, but no, it also has some of our blue in it. So that is going to be a weird fluorescent greenish gray. It's perfect for gold highlights. It makes total sense. Total sense doing that. Yeah, why wouldn't you have gold highlights that are fluorescent grayish blue for gold? Yeah. Ooh, I think we should probably put that on here too. Yep, right over here. Yeah, I'm just going to sacrifice that. I'm sticking my thumb right on that because it's just a heck of a lot easier to deal with this for right now. We kind of just slapped a little bit of lighter stuff on the scales, knowing that pretty good chance I'm going to have to stick my finger on that to be able to get that to be able to get that stuff painted. Now, while I'm doing this. Perline red. We will lighten this up, but we're not going to make it so much towards you. It might actually be a little bit more towards magenta. We already have a bunch of orange sitting right over there and all over here too. So how's about we create a bit of a difference there? Let me try this here. So again, we want to thank our two very distant reporters. Again, Recoil has been a fine Aussie Rules football reporter, and of course, Mum is going to handle all the chores for keeping us up to date on all things cricket. So yeah, Recoil, I'm going to be really curious to see what shows up when I do that search. I'm just going to go in and say, all right, show me live cricket matches. Where's my, there it is. Man, I really lost the Indian yellow. All right, I'll bring it back. Fine. So this bracer right over here. Again, I'm just going to have to do this. Okay, you can see the individual scale prints on my thumb. Now again, you get that stuff on your hand. You just warm soapy water. In a matter of a minute or two, it'll all be gone. And you'll be all set. Of course, if you don't want to get the paint on your hand and then worry about transferring it everywhere else, like your clothes or something from there, well, you just, we all have gloves. If we're printing, right, if I'm going to 3D print this, I got tons of nitro gloves or some kind of gloves to keep that resin off my hands. Boy, it's going to be a real... There we go. Okay. Now we need our reflected light down here. We did the top. Now we got to get a reflected light, which will be more of just blue. Come on. Somehow got to sneak that brush in there. Also, okay, that is, yeah, that should be part of our metal. However, we need to do a little bit of blending brush here. Now we shall consult the oracle of the flashlight, because I need to see. Oh, well, look at that. Look at his, see that? Ooh, okay. We need to get a little more orangey glow all the way up here. Holy smokes. Okay, we can do that. Again, using this Puro Orange, which is proven to be more and more handy for these kind of things. Well, all that Moria terrain. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I want to start painting on stream, is some of our Moria terrain. Of course, much as we love our dusting of snow and all that, it does mean that it's a little more tricksy to do our spray painting out in the garage. Now, what I haven't done yet, since, well, it was like summer, is take one of my little space heaters out there and see if we can make the garage a little bit warmer, at least where I'm doing the spray paint. It doesn't have to be 70 degrees in there. As long as it's just 50, we should be good. The entire garage is not going to be 50, but I think I can at least get that small little contained area up to 50. I think I can get it to be warmer than that. we've been adding a whole bunch of layers. You know what? Let me do this. Let me take our brown. Where's my Indian yellow? Or as we like to call it, mango yellow. Fine, a little bit more of the brown. Maybe even some asphaltum. Oh, there we go. This is pretty much a pin line wash. I'm going to drop that down in here. What about this other side? Sure. I still need my horizon line on that thing over there. I think we're missing some light on that. I'll just do a little look-see here. Yep. And I got just the thing sitting right over here. Now let's turn it around this way. Right up here. Poof, there you go. That edge. Another edge over here. Let me get rid of some of the paint on that brush. Another edge there, another edge here. And then we got to reflect something over here because it's sort of like an infinity mirror, right? It reflects on each other. That makes it look that much shinier. A little more light along the edge of this. We never did do this either. And yeah, these are from Titan Forge Miniatures. This release was a while ago because I think these were kind of new back in, I don't know, February or something when we were painting these on stream before Adepticon. The other horrifying thing to think is that Adepticon is just 4 months away. Or ish, maybe 4 months and a week from now. Again, I'm not good at math, but March and December, that's 4 months. Well, okay, maybe it's 5. I'm thinking, boy, it's just almost the end of November here. We only got 8 days left. So, okay, 5 months. No, it is just 4 months. It's only 4 months away. I wish it was 6, maybe 7. Wouldn't hate that at all. Guess I'm gonna have to get going on some of the those creature caster things and some of the conquest stuff. Well, I don't think the conquest won't be doing that contest anymore, but we'll try and get the creature caster stuff going. Oh, that would be the perfect thing to test the Puro Orange because I wanted to do the source lighting on them. So yeah, let's use that on a whole series of them. We're getting there on this guy. Again, I'm trying to finish him off so that I can finally get to this and not be doing, well, that. I have that Indanthren blue thumb, and that's a very pricey thumb. Not as expensive as, say, a cobalt teal bluish thumb, but still. These, I needed to give them some time to set. Even now, it's a little tricksy trying to get that paint to stick on there, but it seems to be working okay now. Now, that looks super, super light compared to these scales. That's because I've pretty much annihilated all the lighter colors that were on those scales. Once that lighter blue gets on there, this, what I just did here on these gemstones, that will kind of settle back down again. It won't be quite so intense. Just realized I can't have that on the bamboo screen there. Wow, I never did. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, okay. I never did get these all that light. These wrappings over here. Let's try this over here, right along that top. Yeah, okay, yeah. That was a little too much of our shadow gray in there, aka Payne's gray. The Williamsburg version, of course. So Grand Orc, I still haven't had a chance to get the Payne's gray from Gamblin'. But of course, we're waiting on the big winter sale from Dick Blick. Blending brush. So we chucked a little bit of that lighter color in here. How's about we reflect that over here just like we did on the other side. So we're just going to plop that on there. Take this. Again. Hashtag no layers. I basically took white and this brush, and that's completely changed that around in a matter of minutes, if not seconds. I'm trying to remember Grand Oracle because it's been long enough. Maybe I just have to look through my orders, previous orders to see when did I get Pearline, Crimson, and the Cobalt Teal Bluish, because that was definitely during the fabulous. Oh, it was in February. Yeah, that winter sale went on, well, practically all winter, didn't it? Yeah. I mean, that'd be great if it did, but I don't remember. I'm just trying to remember what I was talking about at the start of the stream 2 hours and 53 minutes ago. Did I get the... Alright, this is another reason we can't have the death grip on that brush. How am I supposed to get to that? Right, if I'm doing this, there's a little something in my way here. I still need to get the lighter red, and again, not an orangey red. This is one of the few times we just deign to put any orange into our lighter red mix. If that turns more towards the magenta, actually helps us out. Turn this over. Get the other side. Now it gets even more tricksy. Still got my light here. Let's do something super light on the edges of these gemstones. Got those. But those are the easy ones. Ones that are not going to be so easy. That's going to be these guys over here. Okay, well. Also, good thing we got one of these liner brushes. These are the 18-0 liner brushes. They're from Princeton. We get them on Dick Blick. They're in that $5 to $5.30 range. Also, depends on what there's any kind of sale going on at Dick Blick on brushes. We try to capitalize on those. You know what? That Still needs, speaking of latest light here, let me take this. Minus some of that thinner. Okay, fine. Just got to stick my finger there. Ah, wow, that's more of a difference than even I anticipated. I wonder. Yeah, let me get some Indian yellow out here. I'm looking at this thing going, that needs to be more of a yellow there. Still not quite there. What if we were to take our fabulous supercharged... Oh, we don't have any of the Mars Yellow Deep out here. That's what's missing. It's been a long time since Mars Yellow Deep was not on the palette. Hey there, Plankwalker. Well, we have a different kind of plank for Plankwalker. There we go. There's a different sort of plank for him. Ah, boy, JD, I'm trying to think the last time I was using... I never was really using sable brushes on a regular basis anyhow. But man, when's the last time? Well, I know we could say when we destroyed a sable brush, you know, where someone said, hey, check out these sable brushes. And of course, Wappleville is where sable brushes go to die. Yeah, it's kind of like this Wappleville is like the surface of Venus for sable brushes. That's about how long they survive. The painting atmosphere of Wappleville is every bit the 800 some odd degrees with a atmospheric pressure about 14 times what we experience here on Earth. Nah, I think we'll just do our blue reflected light there. Of course, it is almost December. What's that going to mean? It's going to mean planets, including the best planet of all. It's going to mean that. Let's try some of our lighter blue. Right there again, that's reflecting this, reflecting this. Ah, we got this canopic jar over here. Just gonna plop this on there. Well, unfortunately, the sable brushes, they don't withstand like our 18 zeros do. Again, these things cost roughly about 1/3 what a typical sable brush is going to set you back, and they typically last about 3 times longer. Again, math, not a strong suit. That sounds like 9 times the value to me. I mean, I'm good with double the value. You say, let's make it 9 times the value. I say I am in. All right, Perline black, ice blue. Some of these wrappings up here, gotta get something lighter, but it is, again, it's almost like a mid-tone here on our gold. Yes, that is a grayish green on our golds. Because what's around it? What's it going to be reflecting? Stuff that's either kind of bluish, stuff that's sort of greenish. Am I getting too light in there? We'll see. Let's hit this with our actual light color here. Let's see what this is going to do. This here. Is that, we need some of our blue reflected light in there. On this crazy little helmet slash headdress thing. I never got the horizontal line here. Let me stroll in here with some of our Prussian blue first. Let's start this way. Prussian blue. When in doubt, make things darker. That's in the Book of Wapple. Well, JD, there's nothing like, repetition, practicing, right? After a while, there's something just kind of clicks. I know that happens for a lot of folks with the oil paints. It's sometimes, at first, a little bit of a struggle, maybe a bit of an adventure. But then you kind of start locking yourself in. Things get a little easier. See that? That's adding the dark. That's what was key there. I wonder. I do have another zoom. Let's get a little closer to this here guy. Thanks, Dermot Wood, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just posted the latest video earlier today. Speaking of our Hobbit buildings, just posted that up. An interesting adventure in all things static grass, flock, and foliage. Well, again, that was another case where sometimes things might go a wee bit sideways. And because when if you watch that video, when I first start doing the static grass stuff, I basically kind of say, this looks like a failure. I don't think this worked. Only to realize, if I just do this, it actually is working just fine. So I was thinking that video is going to be about, I don't know, a good 45 minutes shorter all of a sudden. Next thing you know, we're having a good old time using that static grass applicator. Still having more misadventures along the way, but I mean, you can see it didn't provide the worst result ever, that's for sure. We never did. Oh, that's right. I did some glaze stuff over here. We need to get this lighter stuff in there. Also here. There we go. Got to avoid the temptation, though, to just make everything all light in there. Has to be some darks somewhere. We're starting to draw to a close on him, which will be nice, because then we can get to all of these scales. We can get to the wrappings and such. I know folks would really like to see that. I would too, but we don't want to be hasty little hobbits. Don't be hasty. See if I can get some lighter blue in this. You know what? I'm just going to go... I wasn't going to do that. I'm going to go right to the Radiant Turquoise and the Prussian Blue together. I can go... Well, as I'm looking at the pack, I really can go a lot lighter than that. Let me get the other shoulder here. Because I got another one of those sitting there. Change this up a bit. also a little bit of reflected light. Alright, later blue. I'm just going to have to get some more of my fast matte white out here. Yeah, look where my hand is on this brush. Oh, and by the way, short liner does not refer to the bristles. The bristles are actually, that's the whole point of a liner brush, is the bristles are longer. The short liner refers to the handle. Because believe me, there's some brush handles that are like a telephone pole. You don't want to, they've had to take them and literally saw them in half. That's how long the brush handle is. Much to my surprise. Yep, nobody more surprised than me. I'm thinking that that loincloth there is probably blocked by the, or not. Well, it is. It is blocked by our giant snake there for fanboy. So then let's go darker then. Okay, and then everything else. It's a good thing I was putting the orange on there, which means we will take this dark. That's the Perline red, some of the Van Dyke brown. We'll thin this down, just almost a pin line wash. I mean, it's pretty darn close. There we go. Gotta make this darker, then we'll swing back around and then we'll make it lighter again. Yep, that actually needed to be a bunch darker over there. I know that there's just always an emphasis on highlights, highlights, highlights. Well, and also darks, but you gotta have mid-tones. Darker middle tones. Lighter middle tones. There's our phthalo green on that. Yeah, that was difficult. That took like about 3 seconds. So, Mom, let me see. Well, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. It's got to be getting on the way to supper time there. I think I'm going to be making use of the air fryer again. I don't know about tomorrow, but I think Saturday. I think on our college football Saturday, we're also going to be getting back into do some air frying. Come on. Maybe those. That was more than I wanted on that little gem right there. It's okay, because I might even just take this. Poof. There we go. Oh, and of course I hope that Squeak is doing well. I'm sure that Squeak is also going to be making the usual supper time demands. Well, I think Squeak usually just thinking, okay, it's time for the humans to get in line here. Come on, where's the food? Where's the chow? Where is that two-legged person that makes the delicious stuff? Back to my light again here. Right there. Also, the eye. Crazy little mask here. We're getting closer and closer to finally being able to get to these scales here. Well, now we're in hour 3. It is now 3:09 as far as our time on the painting here. And of course, this started out with Zippo, nada, no paint on it. It's all happened in just the last 3 hours. And of course, we want to say thanks to the folks that helped make that level 4 hype train happen early on in the stream. Now, I am going to do a little bit of oppo with this. Sneaky dark. Very sneaky, cheeky dark there. I'm just going to have to get me some more of this fast mat weight out here pretty soon. I'm going to roll with this. Let me take the Indian yellow and our ice blue. That will go right here. Once again, as I stick my finger into what remains of our initial Indanthrin blue application there. Let me try this dark again. Where's my Van Dyke brown? Nah. Okay. Also, something up here. That. No way that could be getting any firelight. We're going to make a change there. That's easy enough. Want to keep that same sort of value. Ice blue. And then some of the Payne's gray. And a little change should indicate that this is now pointed away from our firelight source there. Bingo. That's what it needed. This probably should get a little lighter. Yeah, we got a decent amount of dark there. Let me actually put that fast mat weight out here. Okay, that's the stuff from Gamlin. Sadly, it's the last of the fast mat colors. Everything else, they just, gosh, it was on clearance. I don't remember how long ago. Fast mat weight. Puro orange. Some of our Indian yellow. How are we looking here? That is gotta be later than what's already there. Okay, look where my hand is on this brush. It's literally practically off the back of the handle. Otherwise, I'm not reaching this. I'm able to reach it because of where my hand is on that brush. Yet I still have plenty of control, don't I? Is there a piece of fuzz on the end of that brush? There is. Just going to try and roll on through that. I might, no, that's not the right, that is not the, this is not the yellow you're looking for. This here might be. Alright, give me a little bit of that orange. Some of the floral yellow. Keep in mind your fluorescent colors, Indian yellow, those might seem super light. One thing they're also going to be is incredibly thick as far as their consistency. Just in general with the oils, lighter colors that are opaque, those are going to be kind of your heavier, thicker colors until you get to things like Indian yellow and the fluorescents, which are ultra translucent. So again, a lot of times with the oils, things get turned on their head. It's always like it's an absolute until it's not. And there are some times where it's always like this. Well, with the oils, it's except in this situation. So there's going to be many times where something that is normally this way suddenly didn't quite work that way anymore. And that can make people a little, when they're trying to do the oils, they think, okay, it's always going to act like this, or it's going to act like acrylics. And, well, you really don't want to use oils like they're super slow drying acrylics. Yeah, the wet blending stuff is cool. But as we've shown in our army painting series and our other series that are multiple episodes long, you don't necessarily have to be blended oils wet into wet to have wet blending. I know that didn't make any sense, but we've certainly proven that, right, JD? JD, I think I always usually say half the time it works every time. Or in the case of some basing videos when we're using foam clay and it's like 100% of the time, it works none of the time. Well, where we created the Nerf bases. The plus side, they were absolutely indestructible. The downside is that they expanded and they became somewhat useless as basing material. Okay, so our cricket reporter, again, that's Mum, our official cricket reporter. So now, I guess the question is this a test match or is it it's not a friendly, right? Yeah, I don't think this is a friendly. What was there? Did you say there was 47 overs and that was a couple of hours ago, right? Maybe an hour and a half ago. There was 47 overs. Should I try to... No, I'm not going to lighten that up anymore. There's got to be some more by now. Is this still... I'm going to get me some of the brown in there. Got to do something with this canopic jar here. This is not a door. This is not a door. This is a jar. Okay. Little falcon head there. Little mummified falcon head. Down here, what is the best route? Well, when in doubt, make things darker. And of course, well, contrast more than just light versus dark. Now that we have that brown, we can also respect the umber. I'm going to grab me some of that here. That's going to go into these spots over here. What is happening with all this down here? Let me get some Perline black. That's our super dark green. Speaking of making things darker. So we're going to roll with that. Now we're going to take this radiant green here. What about this? And there. Also these. That seems to make a difference. Okay, alright. Ah, okay. Yeah, a reset for being in. Okay. I wonder if there must be a 3D printable version of this. One of the sets of figures that I always wanted to get for Bolt Action. It was part of the Operation Unthinkable line of miniatures. It was a cricket team, and there were a few guys running around with cricket bats. Other guys, of course, with Tommy guns and such. But yes, the oh, the cricket, and it was a whole team. There was even there was a cricket pit. So you had the field house. I think he even had a little scoreboard. So again, we want to say thank you to Mum for being our on-field cricket reporter tonight. Alright, I'm thinking now it is, well, look at that. We're transferring that blue. This is why I say you want to maybe wash some of that stuff off your hands, so you're not going to transfer that stuff everywhere. You can see now what we're going to try and do here with our indenture in blue. And I'm thinking I'll still use some of the ice blue to get this kicked off. No. Let me get back to the fast matte white here, because otherwise if we use the radiant blue there, we're just going to get the same thing as with our Prussian blue. Oh, thanks, Recoil. So it is a test match. Okay. Come on, get over here. And dancer in blue as well. That just about is the right level of mid-tone I was looking for here, because if that gets too light, well, our source light not going to look terribly light, is it? Oh, now I'm getting to enjoy the placement of this desk, or the new desk anyway, which allows my feet to sit directly onto the heat vent. And I think it was about 40 degrees out there when the stream started. Snow was still on the ground though, so maybe we got even, maybe it was just a heftier dusting of snow than I thought for that still to be around. And also was raining today too, so maybe you could say it was an inch plus or so. Now here I've certainly seen baseball games played in the snow. I don't know how many cricket games have been played in the snow. Even with this brush. Look where my hand is. This is a longer handle on it too than our liner brush did. Starting to really feel that interesting amethyst type color here. And that's again coming out of our indenturin blue. Now over here we really need to restore some of that indenturin blue. We'll have have to get some of our dark down in there. Now there's nothing there. Yep, same deal here. Tiny touch more over there. Oh yeah, that has none of our blue in it. The nifty thing about these is when they're no longer really frontline service anymore, that's where we start to use them for doing things like either glazes, washes, that sort of thing, where we want to have control over it, but we don't necessarily need the precision of, say, a more pristine 18-0 liner brush. So yeah, what are we looking at? 3 hours, 26 minutes. Again, where everything was pretty much about that primer color there. There's a wee bit more color on there now in there. I'm going to turn that into even more of a pin line wash there because reasons. And we're going to do that. Gee whiz, now that, let's see, it's only a week away, right? So in the next couple of days, I got to make another batch of cranberry sauce for Thanksgiving. Because this is a cuisine channel, right, Recoil? It's not just a sports channel. It's not just an object source lighting channel. It's not just the Lord of the Rings channel, a Song of Ice and Fire channel, a Cavalry channel. I mean, look at this. We're getting Cavalry channel. We're getting object source lighting channel. It's also a home repair channel, but it's also a cuisine channel. Yes, we will discuss recipes here. When in doubt, make things darker. And that's what we're doing here. We are going strong. Like Rico went strong to the hoop with those bits early on to help that level 4 hype train. We are going strong with the darker in Dancer and Blue in here. Yeah, it's going to be shiny for a while. And Dancer in Blue is not the fastest drying color in the history of colors. Treating it like this, we get kind of the benefits of the Dancer in Blue minus the extended drying time. That's we'll have to come up with a graphic for that, Recoil. The Omni. Oh, geez, Recoil! Holy smokes! Well, I'll try to remember for tomorrow's stream. But the stickers, Recoil, the stickers, the keychains didn't quite work out the way I hoped because the orange and the flaming chainsaws, well, that got really washed out. It was almost like a film noir. Yeah, well, here we go. The orange and the flames look more like that. So yeah, we're gonna have to do something about those. But the I kind of liked the both of the Wapelius, well, the juggling chainsaw Wapelius stickers. Those were both pretty neat. Obviously, the holographic one is a whole lot easier to see in person. And that one in person actually kind of looks pretty wild in person. Yeah, I knew I was forgetting something. I've got to remember to have the stickers on hand so that we can check those out. So sorry about that, Recoil. It was nagging me the entire time I was prepping for the stream, and I couldn't figure out what the heck it was. So we're kind of tearing through the Indancer blue here, but remember, this is just essentially a pin line wash. And then we're going to come back with our lighter stuff on top of that here. And again, Rico, thank you so much for coming up with that design. I think, Rico, you heard me say on probably the Monday stream, um, AI imagery can be weird, but it's mostly just either strange, humorous, whatever. AI music, it can be downright painful. That was it. Oh yeah, it's like the children's orchestra. They're trying to play Mozart or something like that, and it's literally enough to turn the undead. Like even the undead themselves would just flee in terror from it. Sometimes it creates very usable stuff, and then a set of parameters, it's not all that much different, creates something that is a audio nightmare. Here's another case of, I'm just going to drop this in Danthrin down in there in between those bands. Then we're going to work on those bands next. What that's going to do is let the Indanther blue have a chance to set. And we will pretty much know when that's set, when it's really not so shiny anymore. We'll say, we can go back to our Indanther blue again. More of this darker Indanther blue over there. I mean, we got a decent chunk of our lights in there. We have to get some over darker here. Let me switch Ola here with this to the Van Dyke Brown, I think. Maybe a little bit of our brown ochre, which is that reclaimed earth color. Whoops, that needs to be in Tantrum blue over there. Blending brush. I'll just use you again as a blending brush. Some dark in there. Also there. Up here. I was wondering if the fire was going to reach this, and I thought, nope, there's not fire that's going to, or fire light that is going to reach that. Come on, separate you a little. But blending brush. Bam. Come on, there. Now, there was another place or two that I'm thinking. Just slam with this Indanther blue again, like that. And this was the other one, right in here. Good enough. So this is already getting a little less on the shiny side there. All right. So we're gonna do get some green. See how we did the perline black, that dark green in the recesses. Perline black. Whoa, too much of that. Little touch of our brown. Okay, there we go then. That's more like it. Because it can't all just be that tan color. Just, slightly lighter tan, slightly lighter tan. We need more variety in that. Where's our mummified horsies there? Can really see it. See how that? You got almost reddish browns there, and then over here. See that greenish brown? These things are, if they're supposed to be, what would you say, decayed or whatever, I mean, how in the world would they not have some kind of staining or off color besides just, oh, nice fresh tan linens. Also, it's around all this blue, so kind of from a visual standpoint, we need to carry some of that also. Boy, oh boy. We really made these things darker because this darker mid-tone is looking almost like a highlight in here. Holy smokes. So where are we at? So 3 hours 35 minutes ago. We only started on these. Then we immediately had a level 4 hype train. And again, we really appreciate that. Especially since I think we're just going to have to capitalize on the Elegoo PLA filament going back down to 42 bucks for a spool or for 4 spools. Now we're going to get some of the... I'll just still roll with this, and I'm going to mix that maybe with the asphaltum. Is that going to give me kind of a reddish brown here? A light reddish brown? Hopefully, anyhow. Sort of does. This is a blending brush, or this. Hey, Gilded Brush, how you doing? Everybody, please give Gilded Brush Studios a follow. Gilded Brush, how are you doing? It's been a little while. Gilded Brush, if you wanted to share some of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Gilded Brush. We're trying to match what we did in a tutorial video series here with this other snake. And these are from Titan Forge Miniatures. Gilded Brush every day or every other day, it seems like, either on Twitch or Instagram. I end up going, I thought I followed this person 4 years ago. Thank you so much, Gilded Brush. Appreciate that. Thank you. I think it was just earlier today. There was people that said, well, wait a minute. I swear I was following this person already. What the heck happened? So Gilded Brush, I hope that you're doing very well. And of course, a happy Friday to you. Oh yeah, Gilded Brush. If you got Insta or Discord, something like that there with your stuff, please go ahead and let folks see what you've been working on. Alright, you can't go too close to this, right? Because that's not going to look like lighting. It's going to look more like object source shading. That's not really the point, right? It's not what we're after. This is going to be a... It's not as light as I was thinking. So we'll try this. So Gilded Brush, great to see you again. I realize that the stream times have definitely... gotten later and later and later. Still, our goal is maybe at some point, say in January/February, to try a couple of Saturday streams where maybe we do start more in the afternoon-ish time. Everybody, please check out that Dwarven Steam Tank diorama the Gilded Brush Studios just posted. And of course, again, please give Gilded Brush Studios a follow. Follows, of course, are free. Yeah, that keeping up with the Instagram posts, right? That can be always kind of interesting. I'm going to actually zoom out here a bit. So, because now you can see a little bit more of our sneaky snake here. Very sneaky snake. Now here I can get more of the light on this side because we don't have to worry about object source lighting and making that look dim or anything. So Gilded Brush, again, great to see you back. And again, everybody please check out that link to Gilded Brush posted. Speaking of brush, we're going to use that as a blending brush. Not really mixing up a specific color here. I mean, well, this is our canvas, right? The miniature becomes your canvas. Not just with the oils, it's same for acrylics too. So everybody can please check out that Instagram link that Gilded Brush Studios just shared. Come on, let's lighten this up a little more here. Oh yeah, this is not even one of our frontline service liner brushes here. This is the one we were just using for all the pin line wash glazy stuff. Again, these things, they are very rugged. They can take some punishment. Let's hit that. No. I was just about to throw a little more lighter than I realized. The snake probably casting some shadows there. Lighter here too, I suppose. And that's basically a dry brush motion. Since this is again a more beat up liner brush, I mean, whatever, right? Does it matter? It's already not a brush that's a frontline type of brush anyhow. Again, look at that. We got light, we have a band of dark, then the light again. We add the light right up to this, because light on light, that's not going to work so well. Alright, speaking of light, do that up here, and then once we're done messing with these wrappings here, I can see this stuff getting duller and duller. That means we can get back into that with our midtones, lighter midtones and highlights without having to worry about the paint just being ripped right off of the surface. So again, Gilded Brush, great to see you. I don't know if you have mega projects going on right now or if it's just kind of a series of lower level projects. If there's any tournaments, contests, whatever that you're trying to get things ready, or commission stuff, or all of the above. Since it is November, well, I think it was earlier this month, I was getting Google photo memories of that bolt action tournament that I did in November. That was actually the last tournament I think I ever got to do. Yeah, it was that bolt action one. Didn't expect to be playing on the second table at that tournament. There was about 40 players there. Okay, Mom. I thought it had to be getting kind of close to dinner. And again, thank you so much for giving us the cricket report there. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. And of course, well, hopefully maybe we get to see on the Friday and Saturday streams too. Be sure to pet Squeak for me here. And have a fantastic supper. I'm sure it'll be glorious. Now, yeah, we need to get that, carry that light further down there. Next diagram is a big old spider hunting a ranger. Oh, geez, you just reminded me. Gilded brush. I've got all the spider stuff and those trees that I printed out, which would be a lot like our. Well, it's actually the same trees that we used for the great eagles. I can actually get a lot lighter with these too. But yeah, I've got trees with spider webs in them. Was it Asgard Rising? Yeah, 3D printed those. And they're basically the same trees that I use for the eagles, but instead of big old nests in them, it's some spidery goodness. Let me lighten this up a little bit here too. Ooh, geez. We definitely need to lighten up these guys. Right here. Yep. So we're working with regular oil paints right out of the tubes. We have, well, now we kind of refer to it as the big four. It was always the big three, but now we have enough Richardson colors that we kind of refer to it as the big four. We can show these off here. Let's get them out. There we are. There's our big four. These three over here, Gamlin, Winsor Newton, Richardson, quality and price, they're just about the same. Some a little more than others. Some have colors, some don't have that same color. This is the one that is going to cost you more. When it says handmade, that's a legit thing. That's real. You get what you pay for. It is going to be more costly, but the pigmentation of that is pretty usually pretty top line. Good stuff. Let's see, we started 3 hours and 47 minutes ago. This was just primer. There was no non-metallic, there was no source lighting, there was no nothing on here. It was just, well, here's pretty much what it looked like. It was in fact that basically that same dark brown primer. That's what he looked like. As the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. You don't want to do it. Now, someone says that I do have eyelids. I just got to close them. I don't really see any eyelids over there. It's like, hey, could you maybe watch what you're doing with the fire there? Wasn't that how you were made? I was forged in fire. A little interlude from the Weeping Angel, which, hey, it's holiday cookie season time, so we remember we're gonna have a new hype train or 2 or 3 or 4. Also, I knew maybe a few new Weeping Angel cookies. Again, don't blink. You're guaranteed to miss something if you blink. Where's that blending brush here? I might need a bigger one. Alright, we're doing those. Let's get back up here. There we go. Once again, we're just letting that all mix together there. Blammo. Now for a blending brush. Maybe I'll even use this guy. Little tap, tap, tap there. Lighter color intact. Smooth edges achieved. Good to go. Now, what was our Monday? Here we go. This was our Monday stream. Same oil paints, literally the same exact paints and colors we're using on this guy. We used on a 1/1800 scale World War II IJN carrier. That is Kaga. We've used them on busts. We've used them on our terrain. We painted, what, 6 of these hobbit holes? Also with the exact same oil paint. Doesn't matter whether it's metal, plastic, resin, FDM. It's all oils all the time. It's about a little bit more of a lighter color there. Blending brush again here. And we use the high quality odorless thinner only. And we do not use the thinner to clean the brushes. Thinner is for thinning the paint. In a sec here, we'll show you the Winsor Newton brush cleaner, which is for dried acrylics, also oils. Not hazardous, no vapors. Gets the job done, not terribly expensive. And when it comes to thinner, that's what we've been using for the last 4 hours, is a tiny little water bottle cap of high quality odorless thinner. So you're just not going to get nuked by a whole bunch of weird smells or funky stuff like that. Not going to happen. I know that's usually the first thing people say, oh, I don't want solvents and smells and all that, which is understandable. Fortunately, that's something you can really work around pretty well. For a palette, all we have is a piece of parchment paper that's just clipped onto a piece of cardboard. It's that simple. Now, it tends to be a little more convenient to use the parchment paper that just flat sheets, right, instead of rolled up, because, well, as if you've ever used wrapping paper, like we all have, stuff, was it Einstein's law was paper that begins in a wrapped up state wants to always return to its wrapped up state. I think that was like the second law of physics or something like that. Maybe it was the fourth law, I don't know. But it's certainly in there. Let me start fooling around with some of our lighter indanthrene blue at this point here. Scale time. Not too much thinner. Enough thinner to make it flow. But again, not looking for pinline wash. So let's lighten this up more. Might have to, well, we might have said this once or twice. We're going to have to get some more of our fast matte white out there. There, now it's working. And again, this is going to show up more because we went ahead and got the darker indanthrene blue in place. So this is one of the last major things we've got to do here now is get into all this indanthrene blue, make these scales be lighter here and there. Now, if I'm not using something like, say, indanthrene blue or, well, cadmium colors, the colors that are just slow drying, something like this, maybe it wouldn't be completely, totally 100% dry by this time tomorrow, but I could easily handle it. It will also depend on how absorbent the surface is. That's why FDM style prints, basically within 24 hours, I'm just handling those things because it absorbs that paint like crazy. The oils also really good at filling in those layer lines, which are normally a bit of a a cheeky thing to deal with the FDM style prints. And the oils just pretty much fill those in. Super handy. So hoping, like we mentioned before, that this mid-tone, possibly lighter mid-tone here on the blue scales makes the green be a little less noticeable. Oh, by the way, we haven't really shown the original Tomb King's army. This is 10 years ago. Right here, the original Tomb King's army basically is tainted by Tzeentch. That's what, well, the blue is about. And you can even see in some of those pictures there, you got the original snakes there. Uh, no golds. And this Tomb King area, see there's that kind of bluish skin there. All of the constructs, all the statues, once the taint of Tzeentch happened, they everything turned blue. There's a whole bunch of scratch sculpted stuff here. Pretty much everything on this top level, like the Hyro Titan on the right, the Colossus on the right, Hyro Titan on the left, the Sphinxes, the birdies, the Screaming Skull Catapult, all that stuff sculpted from scratch. And there's probably a good 110, 115 blog posts on that army, even the display board. Essentially, kind of picture by picture tutorials on how that was all done. The old Tomb King's army actually did lead to some of the original painting pyramid videos, which you can still watch on the Patreon page. So when you do the Patreon thing, you do that Army Painter Pledge level again, you're getting every video that I ever filmed. And those painting pyramid vids, those are the first ones. It's interesting to see how immense some of the change has been, and then how some things, in many ways, never did change. And again, not every video on the Patreon page is an oil painting video. Heck, I'm still making new acrylic videos, even now. So yeah, it's not just only oils on the Patreon page, in case people were wondering. Yeah, I need to get some of this down in here. Let me see if we can do this. Here. Remember, we still have our lighter color to go yet here. This is still sort of a mid-tone slash lighter mid-tone. We're wanting that to kind of stay a little bit on the darker side there. What's happening with this? Oh, we missed a couple of scales over here. Another scale there. So now we're starting to get somewhere here. Alright, these guys, a little more tricksy here, because I think you had a whole bunch of supports. Remember, this is not hollow either. So these particular Necropolis Knights, again, these are from Titan Forge. Maybe print the Titan Forge stuff at 28 mil instead of the 32. I was printing them at 32 initially because, well, I figured your AOS figures are more like 32. They're not really classic Warhammer 28s. And thank you, Armor Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page, where we just did a few hours before the stream. We posted our latest video. Yes, indeed. All those hobbit holes, all of the fucking foliage, grass tufts. You can see those on the Instagrams there, and I think it's maybe either tomorrow or something like that. I'm going to be posting the. I have a shortened video of the painting process, I think, of the lumberjack's house. Okay, I don't want that to get too late too soon. But here, these scales get a little bit more beat up because you had a whole lot of support rods on these scales here. What's happening? Yeah, we gotta get these a little bit later too. And now 4 hours ago, that is when we first started on this guy. Yeah, not 4 days ago, not 4 weeks ago, 4 hours ago, that's when we started on this. And a good part of the reason is that, like with all of these wrappings here, I didn't have to spend hours and hours layering those. It was more just chuck some color on there, whether it was lighter or darker. Take another brush, blend those together. Whole lot easier that way. Like what I'm doing here. Take this, then just blend it. A little bit more of a light there, and now on these scales down here, we'll lighten that up a smidge too. There's a couple of, yep, little lights in the scales here. We gotta do too. What are we doing with this? These all along here, those are definitely going to get a bunch later. I think I'm going to probably bring my fast matte white out there to help make some of those later. What are we doing up here? We got to leave that alone. Because again, if we make that too light, our source light gonna look like shading. Might still get a couple of these mid-tone lights down in here. Okay. Do this too. Now, more of that fast matte white. Again, that's the stuff from gambling. Just throw it over there is good enough. Oh, geez, this can be a whole lot lighter. In fact, I'm taking away some of that fast matte white because that is going to really change this around here. See what it's going to look like on these scales. Yep. And of course, these ought to catch a fair amount of light. Not the ones underneath him; those should be in shadow. Some people would say, "Well, why didn't you just paint the riders separately?" Well, with the object source lighting, right, we could take our flashlight here. You could do this and see exactly where that light's going to hit him. If he's off on a separate thing, well, we're just going to have to guess. And that can go sideways a lot easier than you think. Also, okay, that should all be in shadow. If he's not standing there, you're just kind of by instinct, you're just going to be painting that stuff way lighter than it should be. Which now means you've spent a whole lot of time painting something that you got to get rid of. None of us has time to paint the same miniature twice. This is what I do for a living, and I don't have time to paint miniatures twice. You're going to have less time to paint miniatures twice. So the other reason why the object source lighting is what we start with, not what we finish with. It's not what we tack on at the end. This is literally the very first thing I did was establish the source lighting, and then we go from there. Because that way I know exactly what is supposed to get. Get those orange colors. I don't have to think, okay, well, this should be some blue, this should be this. It's like, nope. That whole area is going to be some shade of orange because of the source lighting. Don't have to worry about blues, greens, whatever. We will use this as a blending brush here. So just going to start pushing some of that blue around where there's these weird little hard edges. Those go away now. Recoil, I haven't actually, well, I actually have recoil. Not like the usual car, but it was a French Citroen. It was a French Citroen. It was like a staff car. So it wasn't a truck. It wasn't a Lafley or something like that. It was actually a Citroen staff car. I actually did paint that with oils. And it was a scale model kit because I don't even to this day, I don't think that Warlords ever made something like that. And this was before 3D printing. So it was actually a 1/48 scale staff car. It came with a 1/48 scale D-Witine fighter plane. Yeah. Now what's interesting, recoil, if you wanted to do that kind of candy type finish with the oils, that's where you could do something like add the, what is that stuff called? The Alkyd medium. And I think it was the Galkyd. That's it. Yeah, I added the Galkyd. And any oil color immediately became like a candy type color, especially something maybe like red. Because I know that's something that scale model folks like to do with cars, right? Is kind of give them that candy color finish or whatever. And recoil, if you wanted to share, speaking of vehicles, you want to share your buggies there, recoil, please go ahead and do that. I know it was a long time ago when you last shared your stuff there in the chat. Everybody please give Recoil 13 a follow as well. So yeah, you can actually see that in some of my blog posts, I think. But yeah, that was part of the I haven't actually painted the D-Witine fighter yet. But I think I probably used the staff car maybe in one of the bolt action battle reports. And yes, there are bolt action battle reports on the YouTube channel. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the blog. So all that stuff that I was showing you a little bit ago with all the Tomb King's goodness, you go to the blog, you'll literally see the initial concept drawings of the Tomb King's army. There's even the story of the army. So that whole idea of the Zinch-tainted Tomb Kings and such, yep, the whole story is there on the blog. Eventually, I'll see if I can maybe transfer some of that to the website that I'm trying to create. Get that here. Like so. More of that light down here. Again, that's just indenturin blue with some of our fast matte white. But it makes a big difference, doesn't it? Remember, these things had almost no shading on it. Part of it is because my finger kept hitting them and wiping away what little shading I did have on them. Again, patience. Don't be hasty little hobbitses. But it's going to start to get down into the recesses. There were like here, not so much of this. And this is still not actually our lightest light. We can still go lighter than this. That's mostly going to be up here though, for sure. There we are. A little bit more of this. Definitely more of that in here. Blending brush, of course. Again. Any more? Yeah, let's get this lighter here, and then eventually we have to kind of stop making this stuff lighter here, because it is turning into shadow, although we will need some reflected light on those scales. And that will come here. Something right there. Just a little hint, again, of some reflected light here. Bottom of these scales, it gives them a little bit of a sheen. There. Also makes them look a little more three-dimensional. You gotta have that reflected light. These guys need some too. Also these guys. You know what? Same here. Yeah, not a ton. That went a little wonky. We'll get rid of some of that. Down over here. Now once we got all this stuff, well then I can get down to the base, because now I'm starting to stick my hand on this. And with the oil paints, that's the one thing that is going to be different. Well, that is if you're working wet into wet. Now, when I did this video here, this was at least 2 episodes, so things were dry. We got it to a certain place, and probably, well, where we were about 2 hours in on the video here, or on the stream here, then let it dry, filmed another video, and the paint was all dry, so that way I could actually reach things. I think we might have done the snake first, and then let the snake dry, and then did the rider in the second video, because again, the snake would be all entirely dry. So I think that's how that one went down. So with the oils, it does not have to all be painted wet into wet. And believe it or not, you can even still do some blending. You think, well, how in the world can you blend wet paint into dry paint? You're not blending them together. You're sort of, in some ways, scouring away the new paint that you're adding, which sort of reveals the previous dried stuff underneath. Remember, the oils are so easy to apply compared to the acrylics. Let me hit that a little bit more there and there. Looking around, I'm gonna try to do this a little more here. Also, a little bit of reflected light on some of these scales here, like we've been talking about. Fast mat weight, and I'm gonna bring it over here. Well, that is lighter than I necessarily wanted it to be. We're still mixing the Dancerin blue in there. And that's going to go again up on our scales over here. And now, hopefully, the reflected light is not quite as light as this. It's going from kind of an equal level of light to, yeah, now that is a little bit less intense than our light here, which is still not necessarily the final highlight. But scales definitely looking a lot different now, aren't they? There's just nowhere for me to rest my hand, so we'll do that. Take our blending brush and let that kind of do the rest for us. A little more of our light up here. Blending brush. Use this one here. Blending brush, generally a soft brush that has no paint on it. Also, keep in mind with the oils, thick over thin, vice versa. Thin paint sticks to thick paint, and also in the reverse. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have something that's dripping wet with a whole bunch of thinner in it versus straight out of the tube. You could have as little as, say, a 10% difference, and that would make enough of a difference where it would be easier for it to stick to it. It does not take very much. Again, we want that to turn, so we have to stop adding so much light to it. Let's see, I was looking at my reference. I think there's still, yeah, see, there's still some of my darker line I need to restore on those bands there. Taking that over here. Definitely want to lighten up this. Some of these scales here. still possible. I might go back with some of my darker colors too to sharpen up some more edges. That is another form of contrast. Remember, we've got our color contrast, saturation contrast, temperature contrast. But edge contrast, I mean, well, if you want something to be maybe, say, skin versus, I don't know, a sword. The sword, the armor, naturally, those are going to have very hard edges. Like these scales, they should have some hard edges on them. The wrappings and such, maybe not so much with the hard edges. Because that's supposed to be, well, linen or something like that, as opposed to, I don't know, metal. So you don't want those to be, have too much of a hard edge. I mean, that's a really important thing when you're doing 2D art. Because, well, you're painting on a flat surface. You have to show that an object, again, is maybe more like skin, so a very soft edge, or hair or something like that, or cloth. Or it's a wall or metal or something very hard, stone. Let me turn this around here. Try and hit some of these scales with our lighter blue, since there's nothing that's casting a shadow on these. And I also don't have to worry about any object source lighting coming from below either. There we go. Okay, so now this scale's starting to get that bit of a sheen to them. Yeah, not going to mess with these too much, because the lighter those get, the less light this is going to look. It's a constant little balance, little game you got to play. The contrast game. We're going to lighten this up a little bit more here. And I might even, yeah, catch a bit of reflected light on the... I think we did it with the scales on the middle and the left-hand side. Didn't do it as much on this side.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gobs.
As we welcome our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Jerome. Appreciate that. Ah, yeah. So, I didn't realize that Harad had giant snakes. It's like, what's Harad? I'm not, this is Khemri. It's like, no, it's Harad. It's like, oh, yeah, they don't exist anymore. Oh, that's right. No more Khan, no more Far Harad, no more Harad. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Jerome. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6. Very middle of the road, very solid. That's a solid roll again. Didn't mention the pipeweed, there's no one. We actually did have a Gandalf 6 earlier in the stream. So thank you so much for that follow, appreciate that. Of course, Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. Maybe he's not so fond of hobbit holes, because he's always mashing his head on the ceiling. But yeah, that's... what, 2 weeks, I think? We were at, well, 2 weeks worth of stream cycles. So 2 sets of 3 streams. We painted 6 hobbit holes. Again, we'll either continue with some of the... It really depends what I can get prepped. I have a feeling we might continue with either the Conquest Creations one, which would have huge surprise object source lighting on it. I doubt I'll have time to prepare our Moria terrain for painting tomorrow and Saturday. Need chuck in a little bit more of our latest blue on, again, these scales down here. Gotta make sure this does not get too light over here. Otherwise, we will lose our source lighting. We don't want that. Again, that's underneath our rider, so therefore in shadow. More of our... Nah, that's too much there. Change this around. More of our dark here. In between some of these bands here, and then there's some of the well, there's a ton of these little cut marks in there. I need to start putting those onto these bands a little bit too. No, first separate that. Now we'll do that. I mean, there are a ton of these little cut marks on these bands here. I think now might be the time to put some of these out here. So that way, so again, just the Van Dyke brown, keeping it simple. And oh, this one too. Separate it there. Separate it there. Did we get these? We did most of the cut marks on this side. Not quite all of them. There's some down here also. I think I'm going to hit it with some more of our Van Dyke brown here in some of these recesses. That's where we try to also emphasize the green there so that we had this contrast of color, right? Orange versus green. So we have a warm color versus a cool color. Temperature contrast. We have orange and green kind of opposites. Then you also have a saturated orange versus a very unsaturated green. So you have saturation contrast. It's not necessarily a big light versus dark. There's not really that much difference. Well, one way to show that is this way. So there. Again, it's the orange here versus the green over there. Ah, no, I knew there was another spot where I really hadn't done much of this at all. Here. Darken you down. is this here? Let's grab this. Hey there, Irid. How you doing? Everybody, please give Irid Camwave a follow. So, Irid, how was the stream? I hope it was super fun. And well, here's hoping that the Dice Tower project continues towards its inevitable completion. I hope that you were able to get a bunch done on those. Of course, Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest links, please go ahead. So, Irid Canwife will most likely be streaming again Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. We actually had our first bit of snow here overnight. I wasn't sure if you had a whole bunch of snow there or not. Now I'm actually going to get into, speaking of something very dark here, we'll take the Indianthron Blue. We're going to mix that with our Payne's Gray here. The big one with the dragon wrapped around it. Well, that's going to be very cool there, Arid. I'm sure that, well, they're going to love them, and they're all going to look really fantastic together. Oh, you just reminded me. I got to find that one mug that's got the dragon wrapped around it. Because that could be interesting to paint on stream, speaking of scales. Alright. And I do believe those mugs, there's a... You put like a separate cup inside them. So it's almost like you get a liner instead of drinking right from the FDM printed thing. Oh, yeah, you can't go wrong with the treasure hoard. I mean, that's a pretty ubiquitous thing in RPG stuff for sure. That sounds like a great idea. So remember, we said we were gonna maybe do something very dark. That's what we got going on here. Some very dark stuff here. And again, everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared. Some fabulous jewelry. Arid, I wonder if I mentioned on stream these, they're mugs that are actually made out of basically various minerals. And they're very rough cut. They're not anything smooth. But there's actually a few of them headed this way. I was curious to see what they were like. Yeah, Irid, I don't think there's too many dragons that aren't really into the treasure thing. And I don't know what the different... I know there's green dragons, red dragons, blue, white, black, copper, bronze, aluminum, titanium, whatever dragons. There we go, again, getting some of our darker stuff in here now. Especially around here where where we have that transition from the firelight to the blue color. Yeah, Irid, I'm super curious. Again, it's another thing that looks like you have to, like a liner to it. And I'm sure that these no two mugs are going to be the same. Because, I mean, it's just basically a big hunk of mineral with cut into roughly a mug shape. It has a handle on it. Actually, not all of them even have handles. I think one of the ones I've got, it didn't show it with a handle on it. It was something that popped in on my Instagram feed, and I thought, well, should these be interesting? And then that's something that Kathy would have really liked, because Kathy was very big into mugs. Yeah, Arid. Also, too, I think there's some of these where it's not entirely watertight. I mean, as in, like, there'd be a big old hole. So yeah, it would not hold very much liquid whatsoever. And I'm sure there'd be little, like you say, little small potential leaks there. But these, some of them will look like there would be a big, gigantic potential hole in them. So this, yeah, we're starting to definitely with the, now that we're getting these nice darks in here, really starting to see these scales stand out. And again, 4 hours and 36 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. None whatsoever. So again, everybody please check out that Pinterest link, that Arid shirt, and please give Arid Wave a follow. Did I get the... still gotta get some more dark down in there. Alright, now let's start fooling around with this stuff over here. We'll take some of our brown, maybe even a little bit of the yellow. And let's at least start getting some of our floor here. Of course, not too much. And again, all the basing for these, that was done on the Patreon page. So there's a tutorial video that shows just how all this was done. Also, we're talking about that 2-part episode, right? That was this one right here. So you can see that difference that the object source lighting makes. Let me hit this over here. Yeah, let's just get this a little later. Some more over here. Nope, we're going to leave that as our source lighting color. Also, what I might do I have some water easily accessible? What is this? That actually is. Such as it is, it's water. We'll just call it that. Let's get along the edge of our base here. I'm going to get the blackest, well, this is not the blackest black. It's reasonably close. But from a visual standpoint, I need to see a difference here. Yeah, okay. That's better. I also need to see just how light is this. It was much like the bases on that 1800 scale ship that I was painting on a Monday stream. All right, I needed to be able to see this difference right here. So eventually this will get hit with the actual Stuart Semple Blackest Black. This is sort of a cheaper alternative that I like to paint first, because what it does is it acts as a nice little adhesion point for the eventual Blackest Black. Because that stuff is not anywhere near as rugged as this stuff. Alright. So we're good to go on that. That actually does help a bunch. So here, I'm not sure that they didn't necessarily specify if the liner came with the mug, just like the was it the iPad that I got. That didn't really show that the Apple Pen didn't come with that. Is what it is. Okay. Try and darken this in here. Again, look where I'm holding this brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Let's see, so we're at 4 hours, 41 minutes. Again, there was no paint on this when we started. It was just that lighter primer, or sorry, the darker primer color. That's it. There was nothing else on here. I'm going to try and get a little bit of the dark up there. Maybe by the eye. What about this up here? That's kind of a whole bunch of nothing up there. Maybe even darken that horizon line a little more. Boy, Arid, that sounds like something that they do a lot. That sounds like something they probably do every year or every 2 or 3 years or something like that. So sorry, sorry that there's some Easter eggs. Well, obviously it's not your Thanksgiving, but they can't keep getting their holidays mixed up like that. Because I don't know if there's a lot of competition up there as far as alternative shipping services or whatever. Yeah, Arid, that's gonna, well, it was with holidays coming, they probably figured that this is the time to strike, as the saying goes. No pun intended. So on this, then we're not going to do any rust on that. That wouldn't necessarily be what we want to have here, but we have to do something that's not only the tan coat. Now we got to, I think, maybe something lighter on the handle. Let me see what happens if I just use this. Can't all just be dark. Now on these skelly friends over here, we need to Irid, that's got to be very onerous for sure. I can only imagine. And it's not just, we're not talking luxury things either, right? It's just everything across the board. Because it is all kind of attached. If one thing goes up, generally other things are going to rise along with it. is that going to be okay? Oh, that's not too bad. That worked out okay. Yeah, Irid, I'm, well, very fortunate actually to have the little grocery store that's just a block and a half away that I can just walk to. Which means that I can walk over there tomorrow and go, ah, okay, well, that's not on sale. Or go over there, it's like, oh yeah, the same thing that was $7 is now two for $3. A lot of people, they don't quite have that option. And I would guess that that's just more there just in general too than it is here. Yes, indeed. Inflation, no fun. Gotta get me some of the. Ooh, that's wow. As dark as that seemed on the palette, we have so much dark here that that actually looked almost like a bright highlight. That was pretty wild. You know what? Let me make sure I get a little bit of a gray into that instead of only the tan. That's almost the proverbial uphill both ways right there, Arid. Yeah, the only mountain climbing you're going to be doing here is if you just choose to only walk up the stairs of a skyscraper. That's your only real mountain climbing experience you're going to get around here. And of course, right next to the grocery store is well, both of the pharmacies. The one closest to the grocery store has this medicine right here, and then right next door to that is the other pharmacy where I can actually mail stuff. So yeah, if I want to mail something, I just basically walk about a block and a half, hand it to them, and away it goes. I couldn't even tell you when the last time I was in an actual post office. Probably 6 years ago, if then. Could be more like 10. This is not, again, necessarily our lightest light here on our little wrappings and bands. There. You know what? Maybe we'll not have the source lighting on that. We'll get rid of some of that. Maybe let that get a little bit lighter. Now, well, let's see. Let me get rid of some of this stuff out of this brush here. Also this one. Now, it's been a while. I'm going to actually try to take my floral orange and nuke the firelight with it here. To make that even more intense. And then also probably some of the floral yellow. Here again on the edge of that maybe. Alright, now we'll take floral yellow. Touch of that floral orange. And some of that in here. Because it kind of goes from our very, very lightest stuff to something that's a whole lot darker. Try this in here. Little more down there, and this is gonna need to. I can use this one here. Where is the? It's that red mixed with the Van Dyke brown that we used. There we go. Get this out of the brush. There's so much blue in our fast matte white. I just need a new little pile of fast matte white somewhere. I'm just going to chuck that over here. Floral yellow mixed with this. Little bit of our Indian yellow, and I think now we're getting there. I need something kind of in between here. Yeah. More of this light. Yeah, we can make this a little later too, because I'm seeing where this is in relation to the front of our snake there. And some of our orange again. Carry this a little bit further. Maybe touch more of it down here on the snake itself. So seeing a bit there, Aaron. No. No, let's do this. More of this orange again. Perhaps some more again on that snake there, and let me see what we're doing on this. So this is the bulletin board cork. Also my homemade texture paste, some gravel and sand from Geek Gaming Scenics. Some 3D printed bits here from Make It Epic Basing, like the snake, and Sculpey clay, and a get the Egyptian themed texture ore from Green Stuff World. Really love those. I don't know if they've done new ones in the last, I want to say the last several months or a year. Not so sure. I don't think so. Could be wrong. This definitely doesn't need to be light there. That helps make a whole lot more sense. Now, where's my... here it is. Some of our orange. Some of that red. And remember, these scales here, where I just want to get something more than just extreme light and then really dark. So searching for, again, a little more of the middle tone on that. I think I will go back and get some of the really bright light colors on some of these scales that are the closest here. First, though, let me see if I can take some of that. Has that got too much thinner in it? I guess not. Thought it might. Now let's get back to that really light stuff here. Let me see what happens. This. And, oh, now that starts to stand out. That's what I was looking for. As always, I had to make a little bit of dark somewhere if I was going to have that light really show up. You must have dark to show the light. Trying to do the edges of those scales, and now it just fades as it goes back this way. You know what? Let me see if I can up here on these couple of scales over again. Look where my hand is on this brush. The brush, look at it. It sits practically off the end of the brush there. These chompers will make them a little lighter. Also a little more light there. Little touch of that light up here, right on the end of that scale. Add a little bit along those edges of the scale. That's again why we couldn't get too light with that blue, right? In fact, let's take this the other direction with some of the Payne's gray, a little bit of the Indianthron blue. We're going to maybe try and even enhance some of the deepest darks here. It's not just darker. We're not using black. There is no black. I haven't used any black on this entire thing. Nothing. Black doesn't really have any color to it. All we need is a dark blue, because the dark blue, right, we were talking about blue versus orange, whatever, the opposite color opposites there. Well, we're trying to utilize the color opposite to also enhance, again, that look of contrast between the warmer firelight and all of this, the much cooler color in the scales. Yep, I'm going to do the same thing in here is to get some of the dark there. To separate some of those scales. We'll do that here. All the way up there. So this 3D printed from Titan Forge Miniatures. We've done a whole bunch of their Tomb King stuff. Believe it or not, there's a bunch more that I can still do that I already have printed out. There's still stuff I haven't even printed out yet. Now, Irid, well, hopefully that doesn't make streaming too difficult. Well, sleep streaming, right, Irid? That's what's coming to mind. Hopefully you're not doing any sleep streaming. Of course, it would be really nice if you could actually just stream in your sleep. You could just stream like for hours and hours and hours on end. Get lots of, you'd have all your dice towers long since done, and you would feel very rested. So yeah, there's been several streams where I've actually fallen asleep on stream. The very unusual circumstance of waking up from one of those micro naps, only to think, why in the world am I saying this or that? Of course, the legendary, what was it, the Alka-Seltzer cold plus cold medicine, which causes extreme fatigue, which is, I was actually drinking that on stream. I thought, oh, it looks like a gin and ginger ale. I'll put it in here. Essentially, serve the same function as roofing yourself. Didn't turn out as well as you might think. That really not ideal. Taking some of that fast mat white into our color on our bandages here. Yeah, that was back, I think that was back in February of 2023 when that happened. Yes, when you look at the label on the other side, instead of saying, oh, this may cause fatigue or something like that, it says in gigantic letters, this will cause extreme fatigue. It's pretty effective as cold medicine as far as that goes. Last time I took that was back in 2023. And that was early in 22. What was that? Was that December of 22? No, it was in 20. Oh, it was definitely in 23. Let me get a little bit more of our light up there because I hadn't had a cold in 5 years or something like that. So needless to say, we had no cold medicine here, and all Kathy could find was the Alka-Seltzer plus cold medicine. And it's really effective stuff. Actually, if you're having trouble falling asleep, maybe you just hit yourself with that. That way, if you do have any cold symptoms, you don't have to worry about those either. No, I need more of a bluish light in here on this cloth. Like so. Yeah, Irid, certainly it seems to actually, I don't know, relative effectiveness to say something like Mucinex, but yeah, the Mucinex wasn't doing anything. Let me do this. And actually the tablets were super gigantic. And with the sore throat, that was one reason why I was. Remember, there's there was a bunch of streams that I either couldn't do, or remember I was sounding like Treebeard. Yes, I could do my Treebeard impersonation, and I didn't have to do anything like to modify my voice. It was just that bad. Yes, and I could do a Treebeard impersonation. That didn't quite go where we wanted it to go. Let's just do this. Fine. Try that again. Don't want to catch too much light here, again, because we got this. In fact, let me have a stab at getting rid of this up here, at least that lighter shape. Again, just using the blending brush to get rid of that because we want this light, then dark, then light again. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one that we want. We're going to take that phthalo green. Super translucent color. That's a dark color. Gonna be translucent. That's kind of how it goes with the oils. Your darker colors tend to be very, well, not necessarily very translucent. Your lighter colors, they tend to be very opaque because, well, they have white in them. But then you also have things like your cadmium colors. Those are also very opaque. Your various pigment red 101 colors, your Mars red, Mars black, Terra Rosa, those are also going to be extremely opaque because guess what? They have oxides in them. Yep, anything with the oxide, that's going to usually end up being a very opaque type color. So here, hopefully your Saturday stream is going to be a blast. Here it's going to be streaming again. I do believe Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific, like usual. Get rid of that piece of fuzz. Catch a little. Yeah, let me do this. Some of that into some of that some of the radiant green there. Yeah, look at how far away my hand is from the front of that brush. Do you see any issues with the controlling the brush or anything like that? Nah. No problemo. I gotta get over here to this brazier. I think, yeah, that was the part there. It's a bit on the wonky side. Let's do a little something on that. Like so. Also over here. Better darken that one down. That's also going to make that look lighter. It really will. Back to our orangey stuff here. Get that floral yellow in there too. Too much paint sitting on there. Let's get rid of some of that. Gonna try to hit a little bit more of the, again, the sides of our brazier here. Might do some darker stuff under. Yeah, let's go maybe even a bit darker. Probably our Van Dyke brown and such would be effective there. Turn this down some more. Trying to catch a little bit more of my light over here, right above this here thing. Yep, like that. Not so much over here. Maybe a teensy bit over here now. A bit more on that. Touch more of our light right in there. Now let's do some darker stuff. Like we were talking about, we got the Van Dyke Brown there. Then I think we're just going to try and use our... No, not the Naphthol Scarlet. We're using that Pure Orange. On the legs of this brazier. Brazier again, also 3D printed. Can't quite remember which where I got the STL file from. I'm looking at the, you know what? I think we can separate some of these little scales up here a little bit better on the tail. Enough. The teeth here. Maybe a smidge darker in a few places like that. Now what about on here? Let me see if I can go take this Van Dyke Brown. Achieve a few more darks. And oh yes we can. Definitely reach in some more darks there. This red, let me I'll use this and we'll mix it with the, well, that's a little bit more of the Perline red that I was looking for. There is this little bit of sinew, whatever. I mean, I don't want to insinuate that that's flesh there, but yeah, we're just gonna have to. It's always time for puns and Club Wappleville. It's always time for puns. Pun one, pun all. Almost the fast mat way here. I'm just kind of breaking this down. Over the corner of the palette. Because we never really did anything with the chompers on the top of his mouth. And we'll do this. And make that a little lighter too. That's actually supposed to be bone, so we'll try and make that lighter. Where's my blending brush here? Smoosh that around. Like so. This perhaps a little bit more of our light along that edge. So let's see, 5 hours 14 minutes ago. Remember, it was just primer, basically the same dark brown primer as what we've got here, and that's all it was. It happened very, very quickly. Can we lighten this up a little more? I think so. Touch more light up there. Let me get that blending brush. It's too much of that white there. Oh, look, it's almost like we've got an eraser. Now that would be in shadow down there, so I'm not going to lighten up that part of the jawbone too much. Gotta be careful what we do in here. I kind of want to preserve that dark. Speaking of dark here, let me get this Van Dyke Brown. There's a couple of spots over here where we've got the bandage and stuff around the weapon here that probably ought to be darker too. I'm gonna see if I can't get a little bit more maybe of our bluish green on the flip side of that. We have to kind of get the bluish gray there. I'm gonna take the that again is the Payne's gray, very similar to indigo. There, okay, there's a little more. Pushing that a bit further. And then those things going to also kind of darken those down a little. And then here where we've got the more of an ambient metal color, not necessarily the fluoro. Over here we got to get our blue reorganized. Nope, I need a bit more thinner. This is the Prussian blue. Got a little bit of the white mixed in too. Okay, and now let's do is this going to be too dark here? Not too dark. Let me get a little smidge of the orange into this. Boom, there we are. And now I can maybe do just a little bit of a super light highlight on that. Let me see how that's going to work. Nope, that's got too much of our dingy stuff in it, so we're going to roll them over here to where I know we've got the basic, the last bit of the fast matte white over here. Let's break it down. Right on that. And then maybe here on the scales here, right on the edges of these things. Like that. This would kind of be the like the brightest, lightest of the highlights here. On the golds too. Yeah, I'm gonna get that dark blue again. Also restore that dark in there. Yep, we were missing that. So now all of this lighter stuff gets just exponentially lighter without even having to touch it. These little rivets over here. There's my grayish green, because that's, we don't need that to be the same color as the linen. We want it to be a little different. Again, remember the thing with the Titan Forge stuff is that your Tomb Kings here, they are not skeletal. They're more like mummies. Whereas your Highland miniature style, that's your prototypical kind of skeletal Tomb Kings. couple touches of our latest light here. Side of his head, that really helps. Back to that latest light. Catching some of these edges again. This one up here. Definitely along. Oh yeah, we never did get our lightest light right along this one edge here. What that does is make this come forward and then those edges recede. You can see we got a little bit of the green reflected and they're right next to some of the orange. If the gold is going to be so reflective, it has to reflect all this, right? All this blue and everything around it. Gotta keep that in mind. And that's even something that holds true with the true metallic metals. And I just did a recent Patreon video with that where we were doing true metallic metals and we're doing all the reflecting of the color, just like what we're doing here. All I did was I mixed my essentially metal medium with it. That's the iridescent pearl white. You mix that in, essentially any color you mix that with becomes metallic. Now the latest green glow in the eye there. Like so. Okay, so we have a different kind of glow compared to what we've got on the torch there. These little, I'm trying to get the corners with this really light color on them like that. Still working with that same white. That's missing a nice light there, and we'll do the same up here. Anything else here? Yeah, oh, we never did do these. Need to get this nice little highlight along the top edges of those, because that's going to make those, see how they look a little bit more reflective now. Probably need to extend those a little bit more. See if we can do this here. Get these extended. This one doesn't have anything at all yet still. Extend this one a little bit more too. Can always take that blending brush and just take some of that away. So again, you can really see that balance of the greens and the orange there. If we do our film noir on that and take that away, I'm actually going to zoom even closer. All of a sudden, there doesn't really seem to be as much shape on there, right? Yeah, there's still some shading, but it's not the same as when we have our color in there. Color contrast, just saying, that's the thing. Now on these scales on the very, very top of them here, This is where we're going to try and get in some of our really intense highlight color on those. Not too much down here, but up here where it's going to catch most of the light. That's why we're putting in the reflected light earlier, which now doesn't look as pronounced as this. It looks more like reflected light, which is going to be more subdued than your primary light that's hitting it. Couple more of our bright highlights along some of those scales there. Also now the scales, the highlights we did on the edges of these scales look like they're more in line with everything else. That one went a little wonky, so grab our blending brush. And we're just gonna take some of that away. It's very much like you've got yourself an eraser. Can't quite do that with acrylic paint now, can you? You can maybe try to grab some water and sort of wash it off the surface really quickly, which generally never works, at least not to any great extent. I think that is about as light as I can make the teeths there. See if I can make this edge up there be a little lighter. Also this one, if possible. This gem over here, get the corners. A little bit more on that corner. And then probably still need to do a similar type thing over here. Now over here, I think I already did add the dark in there. Let me see how light I can go with this. I don't know if that's going to really do it. Better thin it down too. Well, I can make it lighter. Again, now this, not a shiny surface, right? It's those linens. The only reason this is catching more light is its proximity. It's one of the closest things. Talk about getting a hot foot. It's the closest thing to that torch. Therefore, probably should be catching some light. Well, let me get a bit of the light on the end of that. Now this over here, we have not a lot of anything. I'm going to try and get me some of the orange onto the side of the brazier here. That looks like a little bit of our hot glue string there or something. Yeah, this. Going to take that out. Maybe I will, just a couple little, again, some dark reinforcement of some of the darks there. Couple little Yeah, here, let me hit this darker up on the top of the gold. Yeah, that matches those other ones now. Sharpen that line again. So you can see how it kind of takes a little nose dive like that. That is very typical for your metals. Well, let me get change this over to some of the green here. So you see that that is very typical for your metal to see that, where this little bit of band of dark just kind of creeps along there. I think I need to extend this. Let me see what happens when I extend out this light to up here. Well, you know what? First, I'm going to take the asphaltum maybe. Never did. There we go. That actually, well, again, when in doubt, make things darker. Back to this. Now boy, that does much more of an effect there. Much better. Let me hit the side of this a little bit lighter here. Yep, those. A little bit of reflected light down there, a little bit of regular light up on this side. Do the same on that. So again, like the light's coming down through it this way. Yeah, that was a little more than we wanted there. Try and get some light on the inside of that now. And up here on this gold, where's my green? Back to that green, but maybe get a little bit of the yellow in there. And now some of the orange-ish color up here. So now we kind of have that little bit of a contrast between the orange and that green there. Instead of just, oh, it's a slightly lighter yellow. No, we have a true kind of a color contrast that's happening in there. This, maybe I will just take some of the phthalo green here. That's going to be pretty dark. And that's going to go on our gemstone there. A little touch of it up in there. Some of it up on the top of his head. Now that's pretty dark up there. To sharpen up some of these lines. Let me see if I can. Back to this dark green again. Okay. Shape of those is a little wonky, a little hard to maneuver. You know what? That got a little too thick, and that can happen with your lighter colors. Even with the acrylics, that can happen. Not just with the oils. Take some of our darker stuff there again. We're gonna restore some of these edges here. Yeah, that's much better. This thing, we need kind of that same light, dark, light transition. All we got is kind of dark and light. We don't have any, or just all light. We don't have anything that's darker. That's why we're gonna put this here, and it's just in that one area here. Look at this. So hopefully it's not blocked by anything. Yeah, you can see it. So see how it's light here, then there's this band of dark, and then it gets light again. That's what shows the reflectivity there. You don't have that. You do not have the reflectivity. Let me take some of that. There we go. Okay. Now that also, again, looks a little bit sharper. Do we have enough of our light bouncing off of each other? Let me see if I can do something like this on here to show a little bit of the reflection there. Lighten that up a little. Now, you know what? Back to some of our darker. Take the Van Dyke brown, some of our brown ochre. Maybe is that still not dark enough, or could we get lighter? I don't really want to go that much lighter in there, so I'm just gonna keep. We'll keep rolling with the darker stuff here. Yeah, when in doubt, make colors darker. And we'll, speaking of some dirt, we'll get some of that down here. Let me see, I still have some of my straight up white here. Still got some of that. Let me see what we can do with this on this this bit of cloth here. Well, some of the wrappings first, and now some of the cloth down here. To try and make that a teensy bit lighter. Also add some thinner to it, and sure enough, yep, that sticks a little bit more. Again, thin paint sticks to thicker paint, and vice versa. More of that light up here. Good. Well, let's see. Well, now it is almost 4:30 in the morning here. And we got ourselves some printing stuff to do and other things. So, and well, we've actually been doing this for 5 hours, 40 minutes. Another one of our sneaky snakes. We want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. We appreciate that. I'll see you later there, Irid. Thank you so much for hanging out here. Again, thanks to everybody for joining us. We appreciate all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids. We appreciate that. we'll be doing our regular Friday stream. It could be another one of our Hobbit holes, or it could be some Hobbitses. We'll see what we can get ready to go. I'm going to zoom out here so we can see more of our snake. And again, he's going to match up here with our other snake. These are again 3D printed from Titan Forge. Super, super fun, painted with the oil paint. So, oh, thanks, JD. Geez, you've been here for a long, long, long time. Appreciate that, JD. Now we're going to get this raid countdown started right here. And thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate that. This was, it was pretty neat to get back to this and get a chance to paint this one live on stream for you all. Obviously, I had some fun doing the object source letting. So see everybody later. Thank you so much.